Okay, now you guys can hear me. Okay, everything should now. I just got to load my brokerage platform, IB, and then we're set. Don't know, Harry. It's a mystery. I rebooted. That's the third reboot, and the third time was lucky, I guess. I didn't do anything else. And I got a confirmation that you guys can hear me on YouTube, that I can get rolling. Yes, thank you, Pepe. Okay. All right, guys. So again, I'm way behind here. So let's just take a look at. So what's Wow, look at Carvana. Oh man, oh man, oh man. So the option play. So RXRX, of course, was a big mover, but it's now dropping. Let's see what secured a $50 million investment from Nvidia. Ah, okay. So that was the big deal. By the way, did you guys see ELOX at the end of the day yesterday? Look at this crazy move. This is actually this started at 415. Which is saying to the guys that traded is, I haven't seen one of these after hour runners for a while. But look at what Elox did. It went from 8 all the way up to 1244. It's pulled back down now, but SOS from yesterday. I'm see, this is active right now. All right, give me one more moment. All right, guys, LPSN on the move here. LPSN also on the move here. I think what I'm going to do is get the 5 minute chart up. I want to see how this is working. Because these are now the biggest change in 5 minutes. Okay, this is a race that I just started running late yesterday. Wanted to see how this works. Meanwhile, wow, look at the SPY. You're right. I guess those CPI numbers came out at 8:30, and that just rocked the SPY higher. Okay, let's take a look at key. No, key's got some room. Let's see, 10, well, not much room though. On the daily chart, 1065, 1065. Now, if we can get through 1065, then it's got a shot to the 11 area. And we have a halt. A bunch of halts already. Another halt. Remember yesterday we had a ton of halts yesterday. AXDX is just halted now. AXDX. HCTI is halted now. Low float. 1.5 million in the float. Just give me a moment, please. I had to contact the guy who runs our the room to tell him there was a problem. I couldn't see the icon, but I think it's been fixed now. The icon to turn. Where are you? To turn the mic on in the room, but it's fixed now. So I don't call him. Well, Dan, you should be able to hear me now. What it's all about. Okay, Alex Soul. Well, first of all, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Are you brand new to the to trading? You're in a Trade Ideas trading room. So we're using Trade Ideas software to find ideas. Okay. We do not trade the Indian exchange. If that's your answer, Kabir, or question, Kabir, we do not scan on the Indian market. It's just the U.S. and kind of Canada. So what you're seeing here, I mean, this RXRX is having an abnormal option activity day. And that's why we're seeing it here on the way down. Was this shortable? Wow, there was shortable too. 160,000 shares available. So isn't this interesting? I mean, most of the things I'm seeing right now, even though the market is ripping here, we're seeing in the option scanner, we're seeing stocks moving down more than more than we're seeing stocks moving up based on option activity. All this yellow and brown, these are stocks moving down. Big sell off on the RXRX, all the way up to 1896 down to 11. Okay, so top, well, do a refresh. Just confirmation, guys. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Some are saying they can't see my screen nor hear me. So I just want to make sure you guys can, in the main room, you can see my screen and you can hear me. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay. Well, how's SOS doing right now? Another one just big pre-market move up to $10, back under 8 now. Okay, so you can see this is the race that I concocted late yesterday afternoon. This is the biggest change in 5 minutes. So I put a 5 minute chart up. Normally have a 15-minute chart, and you can see on the 5 minute, you can see ELOX. You can just see it moving here. Okay. So my idea on this one is that you will see stocks, of course, if it's a 5 minute high, if it's a big change in 5 minutes, it could be near the high of the day. Conversely, this could be great for pullbacks. Okay, some stock that has pulled back quite a bit, and all of a sudden it's having a big 5 minute change, and it'll be at the top of the leaderboard. So I thought I would just try that one today. Hard for me to help Todd. Todd can't hear me, nor he can see my screen. Oh my goodness. Guillermo, I am here, but I have a feeling some of you are having problems hearing me. Okay, guys, look at this ELOX. I mean, this is just really ripping now. Now, remember, after hours, this is one of the, you didn't see this after hours. Yeah, that's why I like to have a 15-minute chart. But if you didn't see this after hours, look what it started to do right at, well, actually, even later, got up to 11:33. But look at this. It's at 4:15, and it just ripped higher. Anyway, guys, so the ELOX is still kind of in play here. And again, very low float. Not 100%. I can't remember if it. Okay, now we have. There's the LPSN, guys. Look at that LPSN. Actually, that was from our AI also. LPSN was from our AI. We had an alert right there at 566, and now it's at 596. And looking left, this is okay. Let me get to a weekly chart. Looking left. Boy, this has got room, guys. This has got room to $10. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but that's the next high looking left. That is the next high looking left for LPSN. Into the void. Yes, Don. Into the void. Big void looking left for the LPSN. Look at LPSN, guys. Look at that thing go. Is there any news on this one? LPSN, after the company announced planned CEO transition. So I always say this, I mean, how would you feel if you're the old CEO and you're getting the boot, obviously, and the market's loving it? Not good for the ego. The silver play showing up on the option scanner. Don't love it. Looks like to me there's just too much resistance. Looking left. HCTI is now unhalted, Brian, just unhalted. Yesterday we were in low float China halt mania. Okay. This is not a China stock, but we had a lot of the China stocks halted or just low float and moving. All right, I'm going to try to get my music going to see if it's really scratchy. So we've got gold. So that's a gold play. GFI is a gold play. EXK is a silver play. So we've got something going on with the precious metals right now, maybe, because there's a gold play and there's a silver play right here in the option scanner. This is an earnings play, guys. Daktronics, DAKT is an earnings play. Released pre-market. You can see the action in the pre-market for DAKT. Actually, I also see that it was an AI alert, but there's still time. The alert was at 8:23, so it has not run from there. YMC. I'm sorry, I can't get too. Let's just see. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I can't get too enthusiastic about HYMC dip. I don't know if Steve's in that. All right. Things have settled down. Definitely interested in the DAKT. The reason being, it's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day. Relative volume right now is almost 27 times normal in terms of volume up to this time of day. So you know it's going to be active all day. Let's back this out on the weekly chart and check to see where is the next high and when was it. I got to go back quite a few. So there's 829. So I've got to go back 4 years, guys, 4 years. There's the LPSN. Yeah, dip buyer. I mean, maybe I shouldn't. I just don't believe any of it. AMC buying a mining company, and the mining company is going to strike the mother load, and that's going to cancel all the debt for AMC. Sorry. But if you have a little bit, I hope it works for you. Yeah. Boy, look at this live person. Wow. How active was this in the pre-market? Well, no, it was active. Yeah, it was active. CEO being turfed. So it was active. There's 8:30. So definitely. We would have seen, well, I would have seen this one. Boy, lots of halts again, guys. KRBP halted, this time on the way down, though. Guys, last time, I'm just going to do one more sound check. Do I sound muffled at all or normal? The reason I ask is that Jamie's listening to me from Trade Ideas, and he's saying, okay, so it's fine. Okay, okay, great, thanks. How about in YouTube though? Because he's listening to me in YouTube. Pepe, I'll use you as the okay, so it's all good. So I'll just let him know. The gain on my mic is lower. I don't have anything. How about that? There's a little dial I can. Do I know how to create an HFT algorithm trading bot? No. PVB, no, I do not. In my craziness, I forgot to keep looking at DAKT. Look at it now, guys. DAKT. Look at it now. Okay, so okay, guys. The DAKT, I think this could be an interesting one. It's coming back. It's pulling back a bit. but it is an earnings play, so it should be active all day. And I think when I look left, we couldn't find anything for 4 years, okay, in terms of the next high. So it's PVB, couldn't hear me. Okay, so we had a big pullback now for the LPSN, a big pullback. I'm actually liking the DAKT a little better only because it's an earnings play. Okay, should be active most of the day. What's the float? The float for it is the moment. The float for DAKT is 36 million. So it's not a high float, certainly not low, not low, not high. Announcement in anybody who's having a sound issue, seeing my screen. Oops. Now the ABCL, you mentioned ABCL. I notice it's here. And Lazar, 89. So that is on the move a little bit, guys. I'm just checking the original alerts right here. So Lazar was at 789, so it's 803 right now. Where was the ABCL? ABCL, the alert was at 746. Where is it now? Yeah, I mean these are moving. They're. I think that ABCL may be coming into a little bit of resistance. 767. If it can get through, you can just see on the weekly chart. If it, actually 774 ish is a very key level for it to try to break out. You just look at the weekly chart. We have one, two, three, four, five, six, sort of seven, eight, nine, and now today, 10 days sort of at that level. So if it can take that out, the next high would be 841. Well, and there we are. So now, so is it going to, let's see, it's the problem is it's obviously pretty extended right now. Well, that is a big pullback for live person LPSN. That's why I kind of like the DAKT a little bit better because it is an earnings play and it should be active all day. I mean, live person had some news, but I think anytime a company has earnings, I think that is probably more important, in my opinion, anyway. Question is, what's the reason for the CVNA new or move recently? I don't know. I think they were talking about maybe their business is picking up. I don't know. Maybe they had a cash injection. I can't really remember. I mean, but it's been a tremendous move. 3 months. I mean, 634 to $37. It was a meme stock, but I don't, it's a high short float percent, of course. So that is another issue. But if you're asking me, exactly why, I couldn't tell you. The next high looking left for Carvana is 42.27. So it's still has room. Well, yeah, high short interest. Look at that, 56%. So 50%, 56% of the, according to this number anyway, 56% of the float is short. So, I don't know how dramatically that number has changed over the last few weeks. Okay, Lazar. Now, Lazar next high looking left is 828. So it's a little bit of room to there. If it can get through 828, though, look at this. The next high is 920. Okay, now Dakota or DAKT is kind of coming right back. I mean, it's pretty whippy right now. I'd just like to see it settle down and just move. I'm definitely interested on getting up over 823 again. Okay, where did LPSN pull back to? LPSN, let's take a look at the VWAP, if that's giving us any, where's that VWAP? 583. So pull back a little bit below that. So let's see if it can take out the VWAP again. I'm going to put an alert around 588 just to see if it gets close again. Alt. There's Shady's Alt, I guess. AULT. So again, guys, you can see what's happening right here. Alt. Look at the 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute candle there. Kind of liking this race. The biggest change in 5 minutes. Okay, it doesn't. And the 5 minutes doesn't have to close. It's just this is. In fact, I don't think it does anyway. But you can see I have a 5 minute chart here, and you can just see that candle. And so Now DK, now the spread on DAKT has gotten pretty tough, but let me just take a look. There's that VWAP, 794. So it's trying to hold the VWAP, but we got to get that spread up. 797, 820 right now. Remember we're talking the last few days, we haven't had anything in the 10-day daily breakdown, but now we do. No, I don't know if this was shortable for me, BANL. No, this was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, but how about Silk? SILK. Yeah, lots of shares available. So let's see if it gets back down to that 2510 level. I don't know what's going on here. 933. Oh, right here, right here. Of course. You know what? I'm forgetting I have a 5-minute chart up. I keep thinking it's a 15. So there is so it was right down here. Now let's see if it gets back down there again. This was the potential to short it. It didn't move from there, moved actually it popped. I wish this weren't here. 828 is the next high looking left. And after that, it's 920. I wish that 820 weren't there for the LAZR. So LPSN, it's sort of hanging around the VWAP, okay? It's at 573 right now. So it's kind of hanging around the VWAP, LPSN. Now, this is pretty wild here. I mean, Silk right back down now. Silk right back down. Had a big move in the pre-market, was very positive, actually. Actually, that's not correct. That was a big move as a comeback, but it's not, was certainly not positive because this is where it closed in that area. So it was not positive. Oh, here we go. So that's the reason. So it fell. No, so well, at one point it was down 20%, I guess, but on net negative Medicare coverage for stents. Okay, so that was the reason. Here's another earnings play, guys. Ango, ANGO. Hey guys, Silk broke down through 25. I'm in it. I don't want to, if it gets close to 25, I'm out. Yeah, I may not, I may get booted out. Needs a little more activity coming in here. Come on. Okay, DAKT held the view app, whereas LPSN doesn't look like it is going to hold a view app. DAKT holding the view app. Come on. Still need that ask to catch up to the bid. There we go. A little bit now. 24.92. I'm in. So just waiting to see. I don't like this, of course, but we'll see what happens. And again, it's all because of this, all right? It took out 20 there, it came back down to 25. I waited for the 25 break. There we go. For one more little move down. Oh, I'm short, short. Hawaii. It's from the 10-day daily breakdown, so I'm short. Okay, guys, I have covered some in the 60 level, okay? 2460 level. But you have to manage the trade as you see fit. The pre-market lows were around 24. The only reason I'm a little jumpy on it is because look how erratic it was trading in the pre-market, even once the market opened, topping tails, bottoming tails. So wanted to make sure we got some decent profit on it. Funny though, isn't it? I mean, we had none. I think for 3 days. I don't think we had anything in the 10-day daily breakdown for 3 days. And it just goes to show. Look at the market is ripping, yet we're getting some of the on the daily breakdown. All right, covered guys out. So that was a quick one. That's why I had to be you had to watch this one. I did not like the way, as I said, I did not like the way this was trading with all these topping tails and bottoming tails. So that was just a quick, very quick trade, really. All right, let's see what's happening. Lazar, yeah, again. So I wonder if I can get rid of this announcement. Of course, if you can't hear me, you can't hear what I'm saying. But Canadian company AEH. Of course, I'm kidding. This is China aviation sector. Wow, look at it go. I'm liking this. I'm kind of liking this. I sort of, I wouldn't want to call it's sour on the races so much, but I found that for me, I still like the real time alerts. Okay, but I'm really this change in 5 minutes, biggest percent change in 5 minutes is intriguing me. Hmm. What do you think, Pepe? What do you think is the issue now for people not being able to hear me and see me? Okay, the speaker icon, there's our reconnect audio. Where is it for you guys? Up there. Here? Reconnect audio, maybe here? Here? Yeah, it's the other room. It's the other room, the main room, Brian, that is having an issue. Some are having an issue. Well, I can just give it to you, okay? It's not on my homepage, so I don't mind. I can just give it to you. Weeks. Hopefully, I did save it last night. Ah, didn't save it. Okay, just save it. Okay, yeah, it may be the people that were in the room early. You're right, Pepe. So again, this is. I will share this. Okay, I will share this race that I created yesterday afternoon, late. Why do I have an alert for Muln, MULN at 16 cents? Why would I care? Hey, wish me luck. So anyway, this race is based on this. Okay, again, all races start from a top list window. So I'm going to open the top list window. I think I'll get rid of that announcement. I think hopefully, unless I get another person saying they can't hear me or see me, I'll have to add that. But anyway, here's the top list window that this race is based on. I right click, configure, summary. So prices between $1 and $50. Minimum volume is 200,000 shares, up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, so that's why stocks will appear here, number one. Then you'll notice I've got the percent change in 5 minute percent column right there. In fact, let me just, whoops. So this is showing me the stocks that are, have changed the most in five. So what this race is based on then, it's going to show me when the race started, and I'm running a 5 minute race on this one. When the race started, this is the stock, DAKT, that has actually moved the most in 5 minutes. Okay. 2.7. I mean, it's not a huge number, but 2%. Sometimes though we're seeing some like ELOCs at the beginning. Oh, look at this FRLN, 13.9%. Let's check out the 5 minute chart. And you can see right there. Well, of course, the reason being is that it was halted, and now it's resumed. So of course that makes sense that that one would have moved that amount. So I am warming up to it, guys. Especially if you were more looking for pullback plays. Okay, I mean this one's at the high of the day, but a lot of times what you're going to see a stock that is pulled back, and all of a sudden it's got a big 5 minute surge, in percent. So that might be getting it going again. I'd be checking to see where it is with relation to the VWAP, etc. So it's not just a matter of taking the trade immediately, but why isn't this moving? This halted. Oh, so this is halted again. FRLN is halted again. So let's take a look at some of the other ones though. NRGV. Now, Avro is on the move here. Also, Avro. Next high looking left on the weekly is 172 or so. Probably, actually, it's not a low float. Now, if you're wondering, well, why wouldn't Avro be being? Well, it is showing up here. Sorry, I guess my range is one. I thought it was two. My price range. Let me just check again. No, it is one. I thought I put it at two. So Avro is showing up. And now what happens is over the course of the day, you'll get a top 10 list of stocks that the ones that move the most in 5 minutes. Okay. Now I'm not sure how important this is going to be. So in other words, FRLN won three races based on it was the one that moved the most, biggest change, percent change in 5 minutes, three times. Okay, that's what that means. What I'm actually looking for also is, the momentum up. I mean, I'm not displaying this right now. It was here. A lot of these probably will show up here. So GDRX guys, let's see. The next high looking left for GDRX is 634-ish, so maybe a little too close. RX. Let's take a look at RX after the big pullback. Well, I mean, there's no trigger yet, really. I mean, to me, the way I look at it, I mean, you'd be giving up a lot though, but it depends what you're looking for. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of resistance around 12. If it, can see these highs right there. If it pops through that, it could really start to run again. Where is the VWAP? The VWAP is at 1353, so that's far enough away. Of course, the 200-day moving average doesn't matter. So the best thing you can say is right now it's just sort of basing. I don't think there's a clue yet. It's hanging over 11. Best thing you can, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of basing right now. Now, Steve Gomez uses this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Oh, that's on the 5, so I might get back to my 15. I'm just so used to the 15. The only reason I wanted to show you this is to prove to you that, these are moving. It's almost impossible for it to have a red candle when it's doing 4.8%, of course. But let me get back to my 15-minute chart. I'm just a little more comfortable with it. So now let's take a look at RXRX. Yeah, if you took, the high looking left is 1139. I mean, maybe if it takes that out, but right now, to me, there's no real clue which way it's going to go. All right, guys. Well, I'll talk a little bit about my homepage, and I do apologize. We had all these. Well, I had some major technical issues this morning regarding sound and all that, so I really couldn't do any pre-market work. Okay, EXPI is showing up. EXPI 2391 on the option scanner. Let's take a look at this one. This EXPI. Let's see, is there news on this one? They don't have earnings until a lot of companies August 2nd, August 3rd. So I don't see any news on this one, EXPI, that I can quickly see. This is 3-month high. Back the weekly chart out to see what we see. Next high is 25.80, so it's a couple of dollars away from that next high. So this has a some potential. Had a great, nice 3-day run. Okay, on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. You'll find, of course, a way in which you can take out a subscription. There is a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login. Get down to this area, important introduction to scans and top lists and alert windows, okay? If you are brand new to Trading 101, this is a great course Michael Noss put on. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, okay? And it's free. Stock of the day video. I don't know what I'm going to do today, but stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. and you'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday mornings. Big education section. Here's our user guide. There's the getting started again. More detailed look at what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. Okay, you'll see this is the one. This is the race that I'm sharing right now. Um, I do have, well, not sharing. Well, you can see it on my screen. I'll explain what I mean in a second, but all about stock racing right here. 4 videos explaining in detail what stock racing is all about, how you can create your own configuration, etc. Okay, here's the getting started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. Now, Jamie, who wants to, is it Weeks? I think it's you, right? So you stick around between 12 and 1. You're looking for scalps and all that. Jamie is a expert scalper. Okay, so you stick around if you're looking for scalping ideas. And last, my scans that I am sharing. So the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use to find out what's happening in the pre-market. These are the two races that I'm sharing. Okay, so this race I'm not sharing. I'll probably get the guy, my buddy Rudy at Trade Ideas, to add it to the scans. Option plays right here. Option plays, and then don't repeat. This is the don't repeat version. So why do I do this? In this version, I can see the first time we had the alert. So there's EXPI, the first time the alert was at 10:34. The price was 23.91. It is now 24.04. This is the repeating version. Okay. So every time EXPI will make a new high, you'll see it here if it makes a new high. So if you decide to take out a subscription, please use my link. Okay. This is a free room. We want to keep it that way. The way we can keep it that way is to prove to the company that the room is useful as a marketing tool. I try not to get too over promotional, talking about trade ideas in terms of taking out a subscription. I do about 3 times a day. But if you use my link, then the company knows that the room is working in that regard. Okay. Also, if you save my link, my homepage link, you'll be able to take a look at my scans anytime you want and that education section. Okay. Okay, let's see the EXPI. So this is interesting, guys. What did I say was the next high? Or did I? Looks like 2580. Is that right? 2580, or is there something here? Yeah, 2580 is the next high. So let's really keep an eye on this one because this has got some room. EXPI has some room. Just look left on the weekly chart. The next high is 2580. So we're at 24 right now. Oh, there's Silk. I'm not in it anymore, but Silk is moving down again. Not in it anymore. All right, this is what I'm doing with DAKT. I'm still interested in it, but maybe later on it'll. So I think I think I have an alert right here. Yeah. So I'm gonna see if it gets back up to this area again. Now, this is the interesting thing. If I look on a 5-minute chart, yeah, so there's not much. It's interesting. This is sort of must be a little delayed here. NVFY. Haven't seen this one for a bit. This is halted. Okay. I don't know why it's showing up here, to be honest. I think what happened is it's showing this last one. Sometimes, yeah, with the halts, this was a little crazy. I mean, doesn't happen very often, that we see something halted. Okay, in here, but I am Brian from our YouTube room. I'm in FRLN. It is halted. What do I do? Well, you have to wait for it to come out of the halt, number one. Where are you in? What price are you in, Brian? Right now it doesn't look too bad. Here's the halt. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is Interactive Brokers, time and sales. Excuse me. So there's the halt. You can't see the symbol, but this is the FRLN. Halted at 870. Potential open, 918, but you can see how this fluctuates. All I can say, Brian, is have your finger on that submit, or however you get out of a trade or take some profit. So again, what price did you buy it at? There's your answer. Who asked the question? Was it Heather? RXRX. There's a drop now, so that did not. That's why you wait. Okay. See, remember saying. I mean, there wasn't really any clue. Excuse me, which way this was going to go. Oh man, I'm not in silk anymore. Too bad. No, well, what price are you in, Brian? What is your price that you're actually in for FRLN? Like, what's your price? Oh, 637. Okay. Well, you're I mean, I can't tell you what to do. I mean, just wait for it to open, of course, but uh that's the troubling part right there. You see, when we last looked at this, okay, so this obviously opened. So I mean, look, you're in at eight set. Okay, well, I mean, I can't tell you what to do, Brian. I mean, it's going to be it's 1 million in the float, so it's going to be very erratic. But I'd be probably taking some profit if you haven't already. If you're in it at 637. Oh man, this silk is just getting destroyed here. So this was the big one from a couple of days ago or last week. CSTL really giving it up now, really giving it up. Okay, there were two news releases about this one. This is back on the 7th, okay? So what caused this pop? Medicare coverage policy reversal, okay? But I think it also meant that it not necessarily was going to be reverse forever. That's number one. But there was more news about this one. I can't remember if this was this the one with Pfizer? Is this the one that somebody injected some money? I do remember there was two reasons why this one was up. But this almost looks like, okay, yeah, we were looking at reversing that Medicare decision, but now we're not. I don't know. I mean, this is somebody would have to really dive in to find out why this is happening. Maybe that's what it was, Draw D. Maybe that was the only news that got it moving. The $32 price target. Okay, guys. Let's see. So this free line, this was really active yesterday. Also, not, but this today's the big active day. But look at RX. Holy smokes, this is just getting clobbered here. Yeah, I just find it a little too erratic. I mean, I wish I held it a little bit, but I did not on the silk. Um, well, I'll tell you what, let's look left. I mean, it's getting close to a lifetime low. I suppose we can look left and see where the next low is when, oh, it's a long time ago. Yeah, it looks like about 3 years ago, over 3 years ago. So I just find it a little too erratic with these topping tails and bottoming tails. Okay, and that's just me though. I do wish I'd held a little bit, but there's no way I could. It actually got right back up to where I shorted it and a little bit more at one point. So meanwhile, the market is holding all these initial gains. All right, guys, FRLN. Can it take out this high up here, 871? Boy, look at silk. I mean, don't always listen to me. I mean, sure, that would have been a great reshort. Okay, but I just have certain things that I like to see. I just didn't see it. So, boy, this free line, if it gets into the 840s again, this could have another run. Very risky. Only a million in the float. A lot of volume. Volume is still coming in. FRLN is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. They do. This is a sort of, I guess, a bio. Okay. It's in the United Kingdom. Okay. The big move. Well, it looked like a big move yesterday, but this is the big move through the 200-day still. So I don't know. Let's see if it regains eight, it might get people enthused a little bit. See, 8 million have traded, 1 million in the float. So basically, eight times the float has traded so far. Anyway, how about something a little less crazy? How about the tandem? The tandem was pretty active yesterday. TNDM, and this is showing up on the option scanner. 28.95. So it did not move. I would not have. Yeah, I would not have taken that trade anyway. Okay, guys. Well, there's the free line above eight again. Briefly. Oh, brother, silk. Oh well, that was the one. I just could not hold it. We can even say RX was the one too. RXRX. Wow. I mean, it's still not 50%. I saw Mara just as I was having my sound issues. I saw Mara moving a lot higher this morning. Was it 18 or something? Yeah, $18. Wow. Michael Noss is going to be, I mean, a really tough intraday trader. Look at this. Look how erratic this is. But Michael's in this as a long swing, and that's from $10 approximately. So he is very happy. Actually, not really, AJ. No, it's been very temperate. Very. Well, look at EH guys. EH 1782. The alert 1810 now, and it broke down. It broke through that high of well, that was a little while ago, 1784. So this is on the move. Michael Noss, yes. America Trader, yeah. Michael Noss, that was his big one. Now, as you if you listen to Michael, I mean, he's as he says, he's wrong more than he's right. But when he's right and he can let them run, obviously it makes up for it. I think he's probably I don't know what his win rate is, but it could be only 50%. But as he said, as long as the ones that I do get right and I let them run like a Mara that he's in from 10, I think 1060. Well, guys, EH, let's see if this has any. I mean, it took this out, okay, and I think it has room. I think it has some room. The next high looking left, yeah, 877. 877. 1877 is the next high looking left. So this EH still has some room. That's some pretty good ones from the option scanner. Look at this though, not as many. So even though the market is ripping higher, we're not getting overwhelmed by the number of alerts. Yesterday we had, I think, too many. So look at the GDRX at 610, not bad, 623 and moving. Of course, the EH has been awesome, 1782, got up to 1834. Hmm. Oh, now GDRX, the next high looking left is 630, and then 620, sorry, 630, and then 648. So if you're in this GDRX, be aware of that 630 and then the 648. Now I'm in this EH way late, but not too bad. ABCL, where was that original alert? 746. Yeah, we've got some really good ones today in the option scanner, guys. Really good ones. There's the ABCL at 950. That was the alert. 746. That's the first time it met all the filter requirements. And 774 now. These are great little percentage moves. Look at this one. This is not a low float at all. No, but that's a great move. 15% with 197 million in the float. That is a great move. Come on, EH. Make up for the I'm not in silk anymore. Yeah, I'm sorry to say I was in that Mara early also. Not quite the same price as Michael, but I did get out of it. This was my pseudo swing. I don't think it's all-time low. Well, wait a minute. I don't think it's an all-time low. So, not according to our position in lifetime range. No, I know it isn't because I went back and I saw some lows. You have to go back a few years though. Yeah, so I'm right there is right there. There's a low of 2084, and that's back in March of 2020. Yeah, so this free line, so it actually broke down below the VWAP, excuse me, the VWAP, and it's a 200-day moving average. So this is probably over for a while anyway. The only way I could get interested is if it gets above the VWAP again and the 200-day moving average. Might happen later on. EH, yes. I had to do it, guys. As a Canadian, I had to do it. If there's any news on this, announced as a private placement. That was yesterday. $23 million private placement. That was yesterday. So that actually did not do the stock any good. No, no, no. Okay. A is not, no, EH is not Canadian. It's just that, we're constantly made fun of saying A all the time, spelled EH. So that's why. Sorry. I don't want to say E. No, EH is a China stock. All right, guys. Well, sold some of the EH, but I can't remember where it could go before it hits that next high. I should know that, but um, I don't think it was that close. There's 1879. I think that's what I saw. Yeah, 1879. That's right. So 1879 is the next high on the weekly chart for EH. Okay. Yeah, I did know that. Well, Tony, yeah, I mean, you follow along. I mean, I'm talking all day long, pointing out potential opportunities. Lots of other traders in the room are talking about potential trades. If you're wondering, will I say, okay, guys, take this trade, EH, take it at 1820, and don't sell until it hits 1878? No, that's not the sort of room it is. You know, we're running a. First of all, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? And what is your trading experience? And hopefully Tony can hear me. Tony, can you hear me? Oh, no, I know. Trader kind of new? Okay. So for America Trader, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Well, it depends what you're studying, of course, Tony. I mean, I use my analogy. I used to be a big golfer, okay, and I used to, of course, I'd go to the driving range, practice, and I'd see other guys on the driving range for hours practicing, and they wonder, well, why am I not getting better? Well, I'm not a pro or anything like that, but I could have said, well, you know what, your stance is probably a little too wide. Your ball is too far. There's a lot of things. So they're practicing the wrong thing over and over and over again. What do you think is going to happen when they get on the course? Okay. Golf is a lot of muscle memory. So trading, a lot of brain memory, I guess. So it depends what you have been trying to, are you a intraday trader? Are you trying to be a swing trader? What sort of a trader are you trying to be? No, 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 no. Don't be quiet. Ask questions. Okay, so I'm assuming you don't have trade ideas, number one. I'm assuming that. This is the program that you see here. Well, just to give you a brief overview, and anybody else who's listening, and by the way, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Anybody who's popping in for the first time, welcome. This is a free room. I'm on the mic between 9 a.m. and about, well, 3 o'clock, but I'll always say later if there are questions. Okay, Eastern time, of course, Monday to Friday. So this is you're in a trade ideas trading room. So what you're seeing here, these are some trade ideas scans. This is a scan that I've got. I call it option plays as an example. So what it's doing, it's looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity today. In other words, I'm not trading options. I'm trading the actual stock itself. Some have told me though that who are option traders, this helps them because it zeroes in on those stocks having abnormal option activity today. So for instance, if I look at EH as an example, why is EH showing up? So there's the option volume today. This is in my single stock window that I have up and running all the time. So it is traded 3,000 contracts today. That represents 224% normal, 2.2 times normal. It's as a ratio. Okay. And how do we get that normal? Well, we take the average number of contracts it's done or any stock is done over the last 10 days. Let's see if we can find one even more dramatic. I guess is that the RX. Yeah, look at this. So here's the RX guys. So now it might be having a bit of a, I mean, it fell down to 10 and now maybe it's going to have a bit of a surge. It had some news this morning. You can see in the pre-market, that's that 10 area. Pre-market had a tremendous run, but it sold way off. I mean, it got up to almost 19 and it sold off almost cut in half. Might be coming back. But look at the auction volume. Now it's traded 15,000 contracts a day. That is like 156,000, okay, percent. So that's 100, by say 156 times normal, okay, over the last 10 days when you look at the average. So what this scan looks for, it's looking for just that stocks that are at least 150, one and a half times normal, okay, and more. I mean, that will be the minimum as an example. That's an example of a scan that I've put together using trade ideas. Here's another one, a momentum scan. What is it looking for? Well, if I right click, configure, click on the summary. So if the price is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is at least 6, that 6 means it's traded at least 6 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, 11:17 a.m. Pacific time, Eastern time, minimum of 300,000 shares, and this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're saying AVRO. The alert was at 11:06. We haven't had one since then. It's 11:17 now, and the price was 150. So that's an example of a momentum scan. What we're really good at, and a lot of screeners out there. Okay, this is the screening aspect. There are a lot of screeners out there. If you just want to see the stocks that are up the most today or down the most today, or a lot of screeners. But if you're looking for a real-time alerting system, we're the ones. And that's just one idea. New high of the day, new low of the day. We have a lot of different triggers. That's what we call them, triggers, real-time triggers. Now, don't get and not just to you, Tony, but if you're watching all this and thinking, "Oh my gosh, how am I possibly going to learn all of these different alerts that they've got?" And if I scroll down, here are all the different filters that we got. Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay, I use maybe 1% of them, and that's it. And I really haven't deviated that for 13 years since became a subscriber back in 2010. I have a certain style of trading. I like to see stocks near the highs or low of the day, and that's really about it. With other factors in, a price range that I like, a minimum volume that I want, etc. But I'm a pretty simple type of a trader. Now, why we have so many different alerts and filters, we have all sorts of different, thousands of customers with all sorts of different trading styles. So we had to create enough. I wasn't around then when the company started 20 years ago, 20 plus years ago, I guess. They had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scans. In those days, that was the only option. Okay, that was the only option, was to create your own scans. Nowadays, we've created a lot of scans for you that you can take a look at, including from me. So for instance, so I put in my homepage link. If you click on my homepage, you'll be at the top here. So what you do is you just scroll down until you see my scans. Here are my scans. So I mean, obviously you have to be a subscriber, but these are the scans that I have put together, for my style of trading that, people might want to take a look at. And we also have a lot of scans in our toolbar, our channel bar, sorry, doc channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. You can take a look at them. We have a pre-market channel. You want to look at after hours stuff. You want to see stocks that are here, I think, moving down. We've got a lot of swing picks, explosive winners. So we've got a lot of channels that we have created, theme-based channels that you can also take a look at. So it's not a matter of, so if you didn't want to create your own scan, right? If you didn't want to create your own scan, again, we have a lot of scans that you can take a look at. And, for instance, this scan here that I just went over. So you might look at this and go, well, I don't mind it, but I don't like that price range. Okay. I don't mind that price range, or I don't want that price range. Well, that's fine. You can just change it. Okay. So there's the price between 1 and 50. Well, if you liked it between 10 and 100, you would just change it. So you can take any one of the scans that we've created, including mine. You can take a look at them, see what they're all about. And of course, you can adjust them if you want. Well, I'm showing you, David. These are all day trading ideas. Well, that's up to you. I mean, I'm a, there's no right or wrong way. Focus on daily levels or the 30-minute level. I mean, I have a 5-minute chart here. Typically though, is a 15-minute chart. I do have a 5-minute chart on my other monitor. I don't go down to 1 minute, 2 minutes. Some do though. So there's no right or wrong way. You know, so when you ask the question, am I supposed to focus on the daily levels or the 30-minute level? There's no real answer to that. It all depends on how, like, I used to only, boy, look at this silk, man. I used to only have a 2-minute chart up. Before I had trade ideas, I only had a 2-minute chart up, and that's how I traded. But since then, I've sort of evolved in a certain way. And now I have a 15-minute chart. That's basically the lowest time frame I look at. I have a daily and a weekly chart because most of the things that I'm looking at are making new highs of the day or lows of the day. So the first thing I do when I get an alert is I click on it. And now most of these again are going to be at the high or the low of the day from this scan right here. Excuse me. So let's take a look at this one right up here. So here's that. I mean, look at the silk. So I was in the silk early, in a short. I'm not in it anymore. But if I wanted to look at EH, oh my gosh, guys, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place, but this is the one I'm in. I have taken some out, but so the first thing I did was I looked left on the daily chart, and this alert happened. First alert happened for EH at 1782. The time was 10:50. You're asking me how I best use of the tool with options. Well, oh, with options. You're talking about trading options, Rajan? Rajan? I mean, I don't trade options, okay? But if Ori's in the room, Ori trades options. He's not in the YouTube room. He's usually in the main room. But he and others have told me, well, what at least it does, it tells me to take, I should be looking at a stock that is having an abnormal option activity day. And that's what this scan will tell you. EH is having an abnormal option activity day. So will that help you trade the option? I can't answer that question. Okay. I just can't answer that question. I don't trade options, but at least it shows you the stocks, there's if you take a look at all of the optional stocks that are out there, I don't know, there's got to be thousands of them. So which one are you going to look at? You want to trade the option today, which one are you going to look at? Well, I guess this at least allows you to zero in on those having abnormal option activity. Okay. Now so does that make sense? I mean, so I cannot tell you, okay, here's how you would trade the EH option. No, I can't do that. But I don't trade the options. I'm trading the stock. And it may not help you. Okay. I'm not suggesting that, this is absolutely going to help you trade options in EH or any other stock that you're seeing coming through here. I have this feeling that if I were an option trader, though, I would like to see this. I would like to see the stocks that are having abnormal option activity today, and then, check out the things you check out, the Greeks, okay, all the stuff that you check out when you're an option trader. But at least it gets me to focus on some stocks that how will otherwise how will I know what stocks to even look at when I want to trade the option in them? I mean, I'm sure there must be a way for you option traders. There's got to be a way. If you didn't have this, there's probably a way in which you can see maybe abnormal option activity. But how do you avoid a scalp? Well, I don't know what you mean by that. The other question was, how do I build a day trade idea? So I'm showing you them right here, some of my ideas. I don't understand when you say how to avoid a scalp. Exactly. I mean, I'm not a scalp trader. I mean, it depends what you mean by a scalp, though. You're talking about like trying to make 2 or 3 cents or avoid that. That'll just be discipline. You'd have to explain a little bit more about when you say how to avoid a scalp. What do you mean by that exactly? When I get into a trade, oh, look at this GDRX. Boy, this has been a great day in the scanner today, guys. I mean, there's this thing. Now, are they all great? Of course not. Of course not. Some of them I look at and I went, you know what? I don't like it because when I look left, there might have been too much what I would consider too much resistance. Well, resistance. When I look left and I see a high that's close to the current price, I don't take the trade. So I mean, that's the way I trade. So when I get into a trade, my analysis is first, okay, if this trade doesn't work for me, where am I going to get out? Where's my stop going to be? Okay. That's the number one thing. I mean, I get an alert, I will look left. Could it keep going for a bit before it hits the next high? So that's number one. Then I say, okay, becomes a candidate, but where am I going to put my stop? And my stop is typically looking at a 15-minute chart, sizing up where I think there might be a support area. And that's where, it gets a little more difficult if you're new to trading, because my idea where I think there might be a support area, you know, it, it's there's no one, okay, that is absolutely the support area for a stock. Okay, there is not one. Some people use pivot points. If I were actually starting out trading, I probably would use the previous 5 minute candle low, because that's a defined number. Okay, so let's just say if I looked at this trade right now, if I wanted to get into this GDRX right now, I'm not going to, of course, because it's too extended. But let's say it wasn't, and I'm looking at this and it's saying 637. And even if I looked at the low of the 15-minute candle, let's make the math easy. What if that was 10 cents away? The next thing I'd be doing, I'd be looking left. Can it run for 20 cents before it hits a new high? Okay. Because I will not risk 10 cents to make 5 cents. In other words, if I saw the next high was 5 cents away, I wouldn't take the trade. So my minimum, oh, well, this made my day, guys, after a very rocky start for me in terms of technology, my sound not working, freaking out. This EH has just made my day. I guess I'm going to do my video on this one, guys. Wow, wow. And then, if I'd stayed in silk on the short and EH on the long, it would have been a double day. Did CVNA show up? I don't think so, but let's take a look. Yeah, so I think the reason it didn't show up, I can almost tell you exactly why it didn't show up, but let's make sure. Okay. So, and it's like anything else, Trevor. Trevor's question in our YouTube room, did CVNA show up in my option scanner? Well, when you look on the surface, certainly the volume is there. The option volume, remember my minimum contract size or total contracts is 500. So, I mean, obviously 175,000, 5 times normal looks pretty good, right? The problem is the relative volume, 1.7. So in this scanner, my minimum relative volume is 3. Okay. So that's why it would not show up here. Now, if you'd say, well, why do you have it so high? Why don't you reduce it to say 1.5? Okay. And then that CVNA would have shown up. Absolutely. The problem is I might have got 30 others that would have shown up that I would not have done what Carvana did, and I would not necessarily want to see them at all. So there's always a trade-off, guys. Okay. I can create a scan. Get the question all the time. I want to scan, like, how come it didn't pick this up? And I say, well, I can create a scan for literally anything. You want to see that stock? I can create a scan for it. Problem is, you might see 10, 20 others that don't do what Carvana did or something else did. So there's always a trade-off. So I like the fact that I'm only going to get a few in here. Not going to get overwhelmed by the number of. It'd be almost like doing this. If I just had a scan that said, show me stocks making new highs of the day and new lows of the day and no other filters. Well, obviously I'd be inundated. So you start off by, okay, maybe I have a certain price range I like. So you create that. Maybe you'd still be inundated. Well, now you start off and say, okay, let's have a minimum volume though, 500,000 shares. You still may be inundated with, stocks making new highs and lows. So you start adding filters to kind of, whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number to see. Okay. So does that make sense, Trevor? How did I come up with the number three? It's sort of trial and error. I think my minimum is three in most of my scans, but for instance, in this one, whoops, in this one, it's six. Again, the relative volume is a great filter to use if you're getting too many alerts or you're not getting enough. Okay. Because if I'm getting too many alerts, I usually take the relative volume filter and increase it. Okay. And this one is probably the unique one because I here it's eight. I don't want to see a lot of scan. I don't want to see a lot. I'm actually getting too many. I'm sorry, wrong one, wrong one, wrong one. In the 10-day daily breakout, I'm actually getting. I mean, maybe it's just the nature of the market we're in, but there was a time when I would only get maybe four on the 10-day daily breakout and maybe two or three on the breakdown because I've got a filter in here, and that's eight. And I do it on purpose. I don't want to see so many. You can get, I mean, you can get overwhelmed by the number of alerts you get. You'll be clicking like mad. And I don't mind clicking on EH over and over and over again. Wow. There was the original alert at, I did not want to take it until it broke 18. There was the original alert at 1050. 1782 was the price. This is don't repeat. That's what it's called. I am sharing this. I'd love to have this so I can see. Here's nine, and it doesn't move very much. Oh, I can't get over how well the CH is moving. I mean, I have to start now looking further left to see where it could go because it took out at 1873 like nothing. So now your next high is 2209 on the weekly chart. I'm not saying it's getting there. Obviously, I'm not saying it's getting there. But what I like to do, the way I trade, is I like to take chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock, we'll take it out of the equation, as one of the reasons why a stock may not go up. Yeah, I put this together late, Trevor. So this is I had not had this race. This is the biggest percent change in 5 minutes. Okay, so I mean, look at PTPI. Now, I have a 15-minute chart up because I thought it might help people who are looking for, stocks that have pulled back and then all of a sudden start to move again. So this race is based on the biggest percent change in 5 minutes. Honestly, I mean, now EH, I mean, there it is here. You can see it here, okay, and you can't quite see the percentage, but All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:38. So Jamie should be in our YouTube room at around noon. I'll be taking my break. I put a sound alert on this, and that's, what you can do with trade ideas is you put a sound alert on the different windows that you have. Okay. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. And my sound alert here is oh man. And boy, oh man is right. I'm taking a lot off right now, guys. I have this real problem of it trying to get through 20. So I've taken a lot off. I don't have very much of the EH left. Okay. I'm just call myself a whole number freak. I really, that's why I waited. There was the alert at 1782, but for me, it was too close to 18. So I had to wait for it to break 18 before I wanted to take it. And I think 20 is no, listen, this could just roll right through 20 like nothing. But to me, 20 is a pretty psychological number to get through. So I don't have very much of it left. So option volume today is the total number of puts and calls, the total number of contracts traded, both puts and calls. Okay, that's what that is. This was, I asked them, I've given up. Okay, I asked them to change this. The, the percent here, okay, the percent here is telling me that even though it doesn't trade, I mean, it doesn't trade very many options, EH, 3,800 contracts a day so far and growing, but that represents 2.7 times normal. Okay. Normal meaning the average over the last 10 days. What was the average number of contracts traded over the last 10 days? This represents 2.8 times that, 280%. Okay. Well, I don't have a scan that does exactly that, Tony. I mean, I don't know if, you're looking at a pretty, look at silk. Oh, God. I mean, what time is it right now? 11:41. Okay, I'll create a new alert window. What is your trigger? New high? Stock making a new high? I just need a trigger. If I'm going to create an alert window, I need a trigger. Easy enough to create those filters, with the relative volume and the 1 million float and or volume at least 1 million. And well, I'll just do it. I'll create an alert window like that, and let's just see. I'll start from scratch. Load the settings. So now you want $1 to $2, relative volume of at least two. You want 1 million shares traded. Where's my volume today? 1 million. And you want a maximum float of 20 million. Where's my float? I don't know if it's in here. There it is. Okay. So maximum of 20 million. And we'll use a trigger of a new high. Okay. So let's do a summation. So this is what you're looking for. Stocks between $1 and $2. Current volume is at least two. Volume is at least 1 million shares. Float is less than 20 million. Okay. See? I mean, all we do is see. and there's just a little bit. Okay, so there's, an example. BNMV just made a new high. I mean, I can't tell you if you're going to get anything good from this, but those are the filters you're using. You have a pretty narrow price range that you're looking at. All the options bought today, yeah. Understand, I am not an options trader, okay? So I may be using the wrong terminology, but all I call it contracts and total number of contracts. But all the options bought both puts and calls. Okay, that's what I like to call contracts. Okay. Okay. So I mean, I can't tell you, Tony, if you're saying you're just in a pretty narrow price range, but I can't tell you if the market's depressed or but you've got it. Okay, so I don't have to give it to you. So again, if you look at our option scan or the option filters that we do have, do a search on options. So this is what I'm talking contracts, right? There you go. So put call ratio. So we have the obvious ones. Put call ratio. This option volume contracts. This is the average over the last 10 days, both puts and calls. This is the option volume today. Contracts. You can separate it, put and call volume. And then this is the key one, the option volume today percent. This gives it this gets you to focus on the ones that are abnormal. Okay. Well, you could do that. If you want to do that, you can go ahead. I mean, you just want to scan for abnormal. The only problem is, yeah, the problem is that this is auction volume today. I mean, we do a put call. Well, you might want to do a put call ratio. Okay. I haven't found that it's necessary for me anyway. I haven't found that it's really necessary, but you can put the put call ratio in there. Are you talking about the trading room, Tony? Yes, it's open and available every day. Well, every day. Monday should back that up. Monday to Friday. I'm on the mic between 9 and 3. I will stay later after 3 o'clock if there are some questions. Okay. Now I do take a break in about 14 minutes. And one of the other traders will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. And today is Jamie. At least I think it's Jamie. He hasn't, he might confirm it. Usually he listens to me, so he might confirm it. No, ask questions, Tony. Ask questions. That's why we're here. Okay. It's not just me. I mean, you might have a question that I cannot answer than somebody else. We've got a lot of helpful people in the room. We're all traders here, but we've got a lot of helpful people in the room that if something I can't answer, they might be able to help. And if not, I can send you to our support that, we have the other traders. And again, you might want to head over to YouTube and listen to Jamie for his hour. He's another at Trade Ideas. He's another trader. But did that free line ever pull downwards? Look at this. I actually thought right there, it popped over 8 again. I thought, okay, this might get it going. Not even close. No shorts available for me though at Interactive Brokers. So unfortunately, could not take part in this big downward move. I guess you can call it the daily. I mean, I feel like I'm daily support too, but it's just another trader takes over. But yes, I think people get the wrong idea about this room that, yes, I'm trading, but I'm not in 20 trades at the same time, okay? I'm usually no more than 2 at a time. So I always have time to answer questions, okay? If I can't answer a question because I'm too wrapped up in a trade, I'll certainly let people know, but yeah, you can, I don't use really any custom filters anymore, but I used to actually I created a lot of them back in the day. If I can't answer it, now I'll be taking my break pretty soon, but if I can't answer it, Stephanie, Trade Ideas is, well, it's not so much I can answer it. I may not have time to answer it because creating a custom, but ask your question, ask your question. And let's see, is this a bear market now? What do you think, Tony? Look at the SPY. Look at the SPY. I mean, on a weekly chart, let me bring up a monthly. The SPY is almost at an all-time high again. I mean, not quite, but the all-time high is 478. But a lot of people thought, okay, this is it. When the SPY was down to 348. But I mean, the SPY has been running and running and running. Well, I can't. I don't think it's a bear market. Okay, but quite frankly, I don't really care to label things. I mean, I'm an intraday trader, day trader, whatever you want to call it. Just trade what I see, either in the upside or the downside. But I don't think most people will call this a bear market. Maybe the types of things that you're trying to trade are not working, but I certainly don't think this is a bear market. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. And the only general statement I can make about creating custom filters is that you can only use the data points that we have. Okay. So what do I mean by that? And now you may know that. So let me just, what time is it? 11:52. So as I said, I'll be heading out pretty soon, but let me just show you what I'm talking about. So here is our formula editor. Again, guys, if you're looking at this and wondering, well, how am I supposed to learn this? You don't have to. I would say that I don't know what percent of our customers actually try to create custom formulas. Okay. This is an advanced topic, but these are the data points that we have. We go right down here. Okay. So today's high, today's low, the high in the pre-market, low in the pre-market. We can create custom formulas for the volume up in 1 minute, 5 minutes, things like that. Okay. So here we have SMA 200, SMA 50, SMA 10, 20. If you, for whatever reason, it's like, well, I want the SMA 75, we don't have the data point for it. Okay. So you can't create a custom formula around it. Just things like that. So these are the data points that you have to use to create a custom formula. And basically creating a custom formula is combining some of these to give you a new filter, that's all. But this is a super advanced topic. I would say that 99.9% of our customers never create a custom, or maybe they did it once or twice and haven't. And I mean, I don't use custom formulas anymore. But limit the alerts based on time. So in other words, you only want to see that that won't be a custom formula, I don't think, but you only want to see filter or alerts between a certain time period. Or are you trying to limit how many times, for instance, you see a stock making a new high? You don't want to see it over and over and over again. Here's silk killing me, but every time silk makes a new low, I see it, and you can see what's so what. So I mean, we have a. I don't know. So I don't know if this is what you're looking for. And yes, there is a web-based version, Rajan, but it's not as robust. Okay. Question in our YouTube room. I mean, if you have a P, if you can use a P, if you have a PC, definitely the download version is better. And also, no, you can if you're willing to use a emulation program like Parallels or something like Amazon Web Services, then you can use our program in the download fashion on in a browser. But right here, for instance, properties, and we have oh, this is okay. This is grayed out. Just give me a moment. So if you left click on an alert window, I don't know if this is what you're looking. Okay, new high of the day. I only want to see a new high of the day after 30 minutes. After 30 minutes. Jamie, I hear you,
Hello,
man.
Betty.
Okay, just give me a moment, Jamie.
Sure.
Zum, are you going to be around for a bit? I mean, you can put a count. You can put a time. You can use the time. Are you familiar with the time filter? Okay, so you could put the time filter. Okay, okay. Just give me a moment, Jamie.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep going in the other room for a bit. I'll put myself on mute in your room. Just give me a moment here.
Sure. Take your time, sir.
What I want to do is put the YouTube link in. Yeah, I want to put the YouTube link in so the guys can go over and listen to you. I had such problems this morning with my sound, Jamie. God.
Yes, I was aware.
I had some technical knowledge, but certainly not enough to know what the heck is going on sometimes. So anyway, so guys, I've just put the YouTube link in, okay? And so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Jamie, if you want to take over my screen, go ahead now, and I'll put the I'll put the YouTube room on mute so I can keep going in the other room.
I do believe I have it, sir.
Okay, let me.
Did you say, yeah, mine updated the last night too? Was it the update that got you?
I don't know. It's possible that's it. I mean, I've done many updates now over the last. It used to always get me, but it hasn't happened like that for 3 years on an update.
Yeah.
It's possible that's what it was, but anyway, hopefully tomorrow we won't have the same issue. Okay, you are now okay, you're taking over. Okay, I'll put myself on mute so I can help this gentleman in the other room, okay?
Very good, Barry. We will see you on your return.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Not really my desktop, but desktop for this presentation or this live support session while Barry takes his break. And of course, this is all unscripted. Just here to answer questions that you might have about the software, maybe look at some charts, whatever you guys want to talk about is cool with me. Um, so hope everybody's having a profitable day. It is definitely the summertime, let me tell you. I was on vacation all last week. Didn't even look at any screens, just completely unplugged. Didn't even trade Monday when I got back. So first day back on the keys yesterday. And then today is day number 2. So having to wipe the kind of shake the dust off and get the cobwebs out of my eyes. But for someone like me who trades, it was not a good start this morning. I kind of jumped in too early, and I'm down a little bit today. But hey, these days are going to happen from time to time. Having said that, boy, TMF, if I would have only held on. But as we can see here, the first part of the session was a little, well, wishy-washy, right? Was long pretty early. And of course, this happened. End up making a little bit, and then boom, the move higher. But definitely bonds are in play today. And this is the 20-year Treasury Bull 3X. Typically a good little trading mechanism, but when you're out of sync, you're out of sync. All right, so questions panel is there. Don't think I've missed anything yet. So if you do have any questions, use that questions panel. Don't be shy. I have added a new ETF to my repertoire lately. This BTF. Let's see, where's my pen? Where you at, pen? There you go. This little guy right here, BTF, seems to move pretty much in sync with Bitcoin. Of course, we can see over here, it doesn't do a whole lot of volume. So there'll be size everywhere, just not a whole lot of trading. But if you're looking for an ETF that pretty much mimics Bitcoin price action, this little guy is certainly one to keep an eye on. $11.70 down to what? $11.54. So a good 16-cent range. Not a really high price instrument, but if you don't have a crypto account and you're looking to get some of that Bitcoin action, then this is one that you might want to pay attention to. And if I just give you a little example here, pretty much going to mimic. Here we have the 15-minute Bitcoin here. And then you can see right here, notice the similarity in the price action. It's pretty much tick for tick. As Bitcoin continues to defend the 30K level. All right, what about Dawn of the Dead? Any good race picks today? Well, FRLN, pretty good off the open, but giving most of it back, but what a nice little run there. Of course, it didn't play nice. Let's see, where's that first candle? 850, yeah, 830 right here. All right. So nice upward action, big pullback, six bucks and change down to 468, 470. So you might hear Chris Varley talk about these all the time, but trying to hold a wiggle like this doesn't look so crazy on the charts, but that's a lot. That's a lot of movement for a small dollar stock. So looks all juicy, but man, trying to hold these pullbacks and sit these gaps, not exactly an easy task. Not a whole lot going on with that one. Pretty much all the action looks pretty much the same. Lipson, CISS. So not really any textbook setups, which is why I did not play a lot of or most of these this morning. Just the setup was not there. Not bad on the ABCL. Not bad on Bohr. I heard Barry chatting with somebody about are we in a bear market? And of course, sometimes it can feel that way if your longs aren't working. But I mean, just look at the SPY here. Look at what it's been doing for a very long time. Since we bottomed out here, it's just been a slow grind up. We can even zoom out further. Take a look at the weekly here. And, from this low, little pullback here, but just slowly grinding back up, trying to get back to, the highs. I mean, this is definitely some bullish action here. Nice run up, a little flagging on the weekly. If we do hold up at these levels, then this area here would be next in play. And if we do get there, well, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump back to here. So we shall see. I wouldn't call this neither a bull nor a bear market. Well, in my opinion, and of course, I'm no expert technician, we're in a bullish trend for now. But it is summertime, volume is down, and pickings are a lot slimmer than they would be. Thankfully, we've got earnings that are going to start kicking in August. And hopefully that'll carry us with some volume into the fall. TMF, boy, this thing is strong today. Look at the run-ups, look at the pullbacks, with the exception of this pullback here. This thing's just not giving up anything today. What does that mean? Don't know. More buyers than sellers. And if we notice this little smiley face that it was forming over the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, it broke out of that little level right there. Of course, here we are coming into the 10 period moving average. Nice little 1, 2, 3 day run for TMF. This could be a stopping point. We could find supply here. Yep, that is true, Alex. All we can do is follow the trend. Yeah, and we're up a whopping 0.6% from prior close as we just kind of chop around up here. But if we get a close, above this level here, that's certainly a bullish sign, as weak as it is. Boyle. Boyle's really been coming off. This used to be one of my favorite things to scalp and intraday trade, but they did I believe it was the 20-for-1 reverse split. So now if I want to play natural gas action, I just resort to well, if my charts will work here, UNG pretty much does the same thing, just a lower priced and smaller spread instrument to play with that natural gas action. The pot stocks had a little action not too long ago. You can see Tilray here. Of course, I missed this one this morning. Would have been really good off the open. From $1.79, $1.80. Let's see there. Actually opened right here. Right about $1.82. Nice little release on TLRY. Just did not have that one in my sights this morning. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Don't even know if it was shortable. Usually it is. All right, CVKD. BB was talking about that. Yeah, nice little gap on this one. And it gave a good portion of it back, 314 all the way down to basically $2. Where was that thing? Why wasn't I seeing that one today? Which leads me to a good point. I mean, as Barry was saying earlier before I took the mic, tons of different ways to ask the same questions in a lot of these setups that we look for, but with the complement of alerts and filters that we have here, typically you can find what it is that you're looking for. GLMD. Oh yeah, pharmaceuticals. Whew, this little guy did just explode. And I'm sure, I don't know where my halt scanner went, but let's see here. I'm guessing it's halted. Oh yeah, we can see it from the chart up there. Just for giggles. Yep, GMLD halted just about 4 minutes ago, as we can see right here. Boil hitting lows and UNG hitting lows as well. Looking to the left on Boyle, saying we have, if this thing continues, maybe another 3 points in it, which I'm just guessing would be right back down to the low of the 23rd here, is what it's estimating. Of course, we can see the 50 period coming in here. Pretty sure. Yep, my 50. Little moving average sandwich there. And she keeps on trucking and also breaking the range. Opening range breakdown. Not the prettiest range, but as we can see, once this has occurred, a lot of the times we do get the follow through. Of course, this is pre-market, so the real break of the orb right here. We can see UNG basically doing the same thing here. Um, I hate weeks. Yes. Well, scalping has gotten more difficult. Well, I've been off the keys for, I don't know, all last week and then Monday of this week. So I have to chalk some of it up to just reacclimating. But my experience yesterday was, boy, I had to really, really work hard to make a little bit of money. Um, and then this morning, just not really finding a lot of trades that are conducive for my style. So, even somebody that's been doing this as long as I have, you just have to realize, okay, the market owes you nothing. And if you're not in sync today, that's cool. Just tread lightly. Don't dig a big hole. So I'm down slightly, but that's okay. Losing days are going to happen. Of course, we still got the last hour to maybe see what might present itself, or you never know. Something's always going to happen at the 12 p.m. Eastern time when the session starts. Lunch hour in New York. For some reason, it just happens to coincide with a lot of moves. Like, for example, the UNG and the Boyle are breaking down right now. Oh, let's not forget Silk. I know Barry was in this one today. Man, I heard him talking about it. We were having the audible problems. Another person I know was talking about it. It was good for a couple of points at least. Um, 3 total right now. But in this first move, once it got down to this 2450-ish level and released again, just some really good downside action on Silk. But I was not in it. I do believe Barry was in it. On a day like today, all you need is one good trade. I mean, that's the way it is every time, but especially when pickings are a little slim. I think the only reason this low dollar is coming across my ticker is because it was an earnings play. Yeah, earnings play from yesterday. Actually, not bad action here. This would have been a great long around 68, 69 cents, and you're up 15 cents on that thing if you held it. I mean, if I would have bought it down here, I guarantee you once that pullback started, I would have been bailing. But man, what a nice little move in the first, well, not the first, but for 15, 20 minutes, just straight up after a beautiful little consolidation down here. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see us tempting highs towards close. Yeah, I was looking at this RX earlier. I was thinking, well, maybe it's done for now. Starting to try to curl back up. Not much going on in Ape land today. You know, for a long time, Ape was kind of just, well, not really trading a whole lot. Then we got that upside breakout push. Starting to get back to its old trading self. And Tilray, you know, this big gap right here was when they announced a financing deal. So it's looking like it wants to get frisky again. And area of interest would be get a little bit more oomph. Definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. Of course, the pot sector has been really punished over time. I'm shocked. Boyle still picking up a little steam to the downside. Now, Barry's options ticker that he resurrected not too long ago. Of course, silk all over the place. Let's kind of get back to the open here. We're close to it. But I mean, look at that guy. Oof. Where were you all my morning? Just a beautiful down move. No worries in that trade if you were short. I did try to short some 9 early on, right at this break here, but for some reason it was borrowable, but I couldn't get executed, so I just kind of said, "Oh well, they're not giving it out." But of course, it would have been a good trade. So lots of things coming through here. I do know that Finger was really good yesterday to the upside, giving a little bit back today, but still crazy on the options volume. I mean, look at these levels over here. Divide by 100. Was that 4,100? Multiple? 41,000%. Crazy. Big relative volume. Big 5-minute volume. EKX. Silver. Speaking of silver, let's just pull up the old daddy. Same old song and dance with silver. So every time we get up to these levels, JP Morgan comes in, hammers it down, which is what they've been doing for at least a couple of 100 years. Maybe not 200, but at least 100. All right, you guys are pretty quiet. So if you are sitting on a question, feel free to get it out there. Take a look at some of the, this list right here is just looking at stocks. And I'm sorting by who's doing the most volume on the 5-minute time frame. PTPI, Derma. Of course, some of these would be tradable, some of these would not. AI Trade and Lipson. Not stopped out yet, but chewing through about half of the way through there. Let's see. Looking for my AI strat trades. There we go. And that is the only trade that the AI has produced today. Little CEI. What do we top out there? About 88. My sub $1 prejudice got me this morning. I'm like, eh. But I took the time to include it in my list. I was like, well, you never know. Might move. But I just lost track of it. In the meantime, no panic in the banking sector. Everything's fine. All banks are solvent. Of course, I think we really all know that. Were they ever solvent? I've been hearing from, just sources that I value that give opinions on the banking system. And allegedly, even the big boys, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Chase, already said that, but the big banks have some pretty large unrealized losses on their books. Of course, none of that really ever comes to the surface unless people pull money out of the bank and they have to sell the things that they're really getting beat up on. That's what happened with Silicon Valley Bank and a few others not too long ago. But typically when you pull up the rug, there's not just one roach under there, there's a bunch. So to be continued. Wouldn't really expect anything to happen if it ever does happen until the fall kicks in. But we shall see. All right, and on a slow day today, just not a whole lot to keep you guys entertained. Now, this little guy right here, not too shabby at all. You see the high of the pre-market range, you see the open, and then you see the break of that 580 level, and then boom, just off to the races. Now, you might be asking yourself, well, if we did play this opening range break, considering this is the opening 5-minute candle right here. This is the break of the regular session. Shortly thereafter, we topped that wick on the pre-market. So if we took a trade right here on the break, come on, pointer. In this candle, our risk level would be the prior 15-minute low, 5, 10, 15. Notice it never even backtracked, right? But if we did get stopped out, 575, 561, risking about 14 cents. And how much was on the table? So even if we bought the high of this candle, let's call it 583, and we're up here, 17 cents, 50 more cents, 67 cents. So we risk 15 to make 67. That is 15 to make 67. That's over a 4R. Risk level, reward level. Low risk, high reward. And it's about one of the simplest setups you could ever hope to play. Risk is always easily definable, so forth and so on. Yeah, so if we're looking over here at the 15-minute, would have been buying at the high of that first 15-minute candle and basically using the low as our stop. Just got a little bit more bars to work with over here. And little CEI says I'm going to keep on going. Yeah, I must have my filter. Oh, okay, I had my filter on the wrong thing. Yeah, so I misspoke earlier. I had my filter on the AI set wrong. So apparently we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 AI alerts today. And yes, Stack T is on there as well. Yep, trader. There's I know Bank of America is in there. Probably Wells Fargo, Citibank, JP Morgan Chase. You know, because it's all fractional reserve banking. I forget what the actual fraction is, but they take in $100, they'll loan out 1,000. Um, all the cash that if you're going to go to a bank these days and take out a large amount of cash, you almost have to make an appointment. You almost have to call down there and say, "Hey, do you guys have the cash on hand? Because I'm going to come get some." And a lot of the times they'll be like, "Yeah, give us a day or so." I've heard that from several individuals as of late. So they've got quote unquote investments on the books that are underwater. And the only time that becomes a problem is if people go to take a lot of money out of the bank. Then they have to redeem their underwater investments or notes to cash people out while simultaneously taking big losses, right? And of course, every time we've seen that in the past, most of the time the big boys get bailed out, circa 2008. Of course, some did not make it, like Washington Mutual and a few others. Gee, and I've heard that story somewhere else. Oh yeah, the brokerage industry, around about the same time. All the same industry. A lot of brokerage firms had to get bailed out, but guess who didn't make it? Bear Stearns, Lehman. Yep, and it's still pretty. For a while there, you couldn't even get coins, or if you went to a convenience store and you were owed, you bought something for 80 cents and you gave them $1, they're just like, sorry, we don't have any coins. Boyle, continuing. UNG, continuing. UNG keeps going, it's got about 23 cents, whereas Boyle may have another. You never can tell how much it's going to eat up, but looking good if you're short right now on the Boyle and the UNG. EXK doesn't care. Steadily marching up today. Oh yeah, Peter. If we knew all the shenanigans they were up to, it would just melt your brain. But one thing you can be certain of is shenanigans are definitely in play. TMF. They love the bonds today. Which typically, traditionally, bonds in the market typically in the past would have inverse relationships, but not today, not recently, just everything's green. So much for volatility. Let's see what that was back in March. Look at that move, 1134. Whew. Well, if you've been shorting volatility in this time frame, you've done pretty well. Of course, that was a big thing to do. Man, I can't remember how long ago it was. I want to say 2012, 13, somewhere in that neighborhood. I heard the story of the guy that worked at Target and all he would do is short volatility and just made a pile. And it worked until it didn't. And then he gave it all up, blew it all up. Pardon me while I field a message here. A little internal dialogue there. And Bitcoin's holding up. It's just, it's also pretty sleepy. Likes to take its little bump up to 31 every now and again. All right, Michael, let's see what you got here. S has zero debt with the current chart. Looks like a buy signal from hitting the bottom for a rebound with cyber and AI. Sentinel 1. Zero debt, huh? How long have these guys been around? Yeah, assuming this is accurate, a couple of years old. This looks very similar, not quite Dawn of the Dead-y. I don't know. Well, like when I compress the daily chart, kind of does look Dawn of the Dead-ish. Endpoint security software. Aha, okay. Out in Mountain View. That is true. For some reason, I was thinking Sears. Of course, Sears had many symbols in its many rebirths before its final death. Ericsson, one of the old school firms that's still around with the same symbol, along with good old Nokia. But both ADRs, and you can tell by looking at that chart. A bit gappy. All right, ladies and gents, we're about halfway through the session. Little bit slow today. Ah, look at that little pullback. Speaking of the Chinese stocks, okay, well, I used to be really into loose LU, not well, it used to be Lucent. LU is now Lufax. Was in love with this little stock for a while, but then just kind of fell out of love with it. But it was good for a while. But K-Web certainly taking a fall from grace, a little bit over 100, 105 or so, 103. Now residing at 30. Wow, 22 years. Interesting. You know, Piton was on fire yesterday. Nice green candle. 1, 2, 3, fourth day for Piton. Got the smiley face. You know, it just looks like 937, 940 is beckoning. We're we're there already. No, excuse me, 980. 980-ish is kind of calling out here. We'd be right to the top of this little smiley face bowl, and boom, we got the 200 period to contend with. So if there is supply, I would guess it'd be somewhere up in these levels right here. Definitely getting close. TMF running smack dab into the 10 period now. But this thing is strong today. Whew. Definitely a Dawn of the Dead type stock. A little too choppy for my taste, but definitely has room. All because of yesterday's action. Kodak getting some love as of late as well. Got close to that 200 period, 428. Also almost a $2 move, and little low Kodak. An oldie but a goodie. Of course, this is back when there was a lot of mania about where the company might go. Middle of COVID, got up to almost $60, and about a divide by 10 haircut on that little guy. Yeah, trader, speaking of Ericsson, it's, interesting. The pre-smartphone days, it was all Ericsson and Nokia, pretty much ruling the cell phone markets. But then here comes Apple. Gee, could you imagine a world without smartphones? I can. I tell people all the time, you know what? I kind of preferred it. Not that I don't find certain apps on my smartphone handy, but they like to suck you in. T-Bus, or you mean T-Mobile? I was like, I don't recognize that symbol. And of course, AT&T, my cell phone provider, which I can't stand. Just too lazy to change at this point in time. This slips in. I mean, if you're talking about a low risk trade, right? We're hanging out at 528 and the low is 523. Probably one of the best nickels or 6 cents stop you could ever pretty much have, because even if we just get back to the entry signal, you know, there's about 36 cents on the table there, almost 40. Just getting a little here. Stop a penny outside there. Risk about 6, 7 cents max. That is correct, Lee. I was just talking about AT&T, which is my cell phone provider, which reception is terrible. And when the market is humming, this alert window here produces some pretty interesting plays. It's just that in these market conditions, there's not a lot of stocks where an unusual number of prints is occurring. I will concur with your opinion there, Leanne. Kodak is still looking for its identity. Yeah, they're not, they're not the company that they used to be, and there was a rumor for a while they were going to get into medical technologies, and you know, who knows in the end. Farmer Brothers. Is that the coffee people? Yep, interesting. Pretty much a low floater, 16.3 million in the floatski. Bitcoin still just hanging out down there at lows. Let's see here. Just kind of taking a gander here at Bitcoin on the 4-hour candles. This 20 period EMA here usually does a pretty good job on just about all time frames. Here we are looking at the daily. That 20 period EMA is definitely the divining rod right now. $11.52. 4-cent risk on BTF taking a bounce as well. Yep, it's watch the paint dry day. For me anyway. Now, what was the long? I heard Barry talking about a long that he was in. Where did my window go? There you go. I want to say it had an H in the symbol. There it is. There it is. Okay. So, what a beautiful long here as well. All kinds of good things about this setup. With the exception of these wicks, a very nice and tight pre-market range. little chop, chop, chop back down to test that low of the pre-market range, and then a regular session break right here. 1634-ish, and so about a 45-cent risk here to make. 45 to make over 3 points. I'd say that would be a good risk to reward ratio. Now that's that's if you held the whole thing, right? Anybody that trades like me would probably have gotten out here or maybe re-entered as it came up here and broke its range again. But still, I mean, between these two runs right here, that is some great risk to reward. I want to load this history and just go right back to the open. I need to see the first time the KH, because I didn't think it flagged it till later. Or excuse me, the EH. Okay, 950. That's a beautiful signal right there. Told us right when it was breaking out. Not too shabby at all. Definitely need to pay more attention. I think that was the first hit on silk as well. Oh yeah, thank you, Leanne. EH. Do you have a good scan alerting when a stock breaks above the pre-market high? Well, we can use, I don't have one that I actively use, but you could probably implement the position and pre-market range, I want to say, filter. So you could always attach this filter to one of your alert windows and make it say, okay, I don't want it breaking the pre-market range yet, right? But I want it to be very close. So you could dial in some tight pre-market range and say, okay, it's got to be between whatever 98% and 100%, or 98 and 99.9%. So it's not quite breaking the opening range, or the, excuse me, the pre-market range, but close to it. You know, so something like that might help you. And of course, that's no guarantee that the pre-market range is going to be nice and conducive, but that's just something that we have to handle with our chart. Hey, no problem. Yeah, play around with that one. What about S? Now, this is the one with no debt, Michael. Yeah. Yeah, and you'll just have to kind of play around with it. And those pre-market wicks, I don't like them either. It does throw out the range because if it's a tight candle body range, what was that GDRX? This is kind of a great example. You know, I'm pretty much a candle body person, and a wick is always can act as a harbinger. Okay, if it wicked there, they can go back there, and this is the perfect example, right? So I would have been more interested at this level here, getting long, right? And especially this consolidation in the end of the pre-market, and it carried over into the pre-market, which just makes a great little entry point, right? But proximity to the high of the pre-market range would have been affected by this wick. But I mean, this was the tell right here. Low risk, big time options in play. So if you know the options are Richter, then high volume in the equity is going to be there. They go hand in hand. Amazon wants to buy Dish. What's Amazon not going to buy? Kind of a weird acquisition for them, but you never know. I guess they got to compete with the YouTube, the TV, and all that good stuff. Is there a pre-market range that only counts closed high candles? Well, it's definitely going to mark the high candle as the top of the range and vice versa. You got GDRX and you got BDRX. That wouldn't have been a bad little trade right there. BKD. Not a huge move, but very pretty for us short-term folks. Classic bounces right back up to the entry level after being in the money and down again. Blowing through all of its shorter term moving averages, 10, 20, 50, but running into an area that could act as support soon. I'd say maybe about right there, or maybe even the low of that candle there. A little bit more room in there though. And TMF cannot be stopped. Unreal. And to think that this is a 20-year bond fund, but it is the 3X, so that's why we like it. Does TI have a Mark Minervi scan? I'm 100% certain that we do not have that, because if we did, I would know. And that's a pretty unique, a unique name there, Jason. Carvana is trading over 40 today. Yeah, I thought that company was kind of on its way out. The whole, car vending machine and all that malarkey. Wow. We topped out at 376 and change. Now residing at 40. And it does have some legs here. You know, these two levels down here. We're definitely going to see if there's some supply here. And if it's got some moxie, this little trench right here might become its new home. But boy, what a beatdown. What a beatdown. Yeah, what's their short float? Yeah, 56%, assuming that's accurate. Could just be a little short covering. Well, when you have a conducive chart pattern along with short covering, that's when you can really see some fireworks. Not bad on the relative side. Still pretty active on the 5-minute time frame, doing twice normal. Anything going on in the AMC land today? Nope. Looks like Boyle might have put in a bottom here. Oh yeah, the short squeeze in Carvana, Steve. Yep. I didn't even realize that. I didn't even realize that was you, Steve. Hola, senor. Okie dokie, ladies and gents. We're getting close to the top of the hour. If you've been holding off on a question, now would be the time to get it in. Is that Barry?
That's not good. You heard me?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Well, I just heard you cough. That's all I've heard.
No, I know that. But what you're hearing me through my earbuds or my AirPods, earpods,
Okay.
the
All
headset.
right.
You're not hearing me through the mic.
Interesting. Was that your backup
Well,
mic
no,
earlier?
I didn't. Believe it or not, I didn't even realize it could happen until a couple of weeks ago when I had my mic off. Like I knew it was off. Yeah, people were hearing me. Luckily, I didn't say anything too bad, but people were hearing me through my. So that's bad though. Why did that happen? Son of a.
It's
Because
Bluetoothing.
yeah, the problem is that it's probably not clear. I probably sound a little muddled.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you sound muffled.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Son of a. Say it for me.
Son of a gun, Barry.
Is that the right? Oh man. So we're back to that nonsense again. So it's going to be the same in the other room. Well, okay, Jamie, you can take off. I'll deal with this. I'll try to deal with this. They're going to hear me the same way. Then what is
What did you do
wrong?
last time to fix it?
I just rebooted and on all. I mean, that's. I might have to do that again. But why is this happening? I mean, that's more the issue. Why is
Yeah, it
this
sounds like
happening?
one of your drivers got messed up or something.
Yeah. Okay, Jamie. Well, if you want it, well, you don't have to stick around, but I'm going to do a reboot. So,
Well, would you
uh,
like me to stick around till you come back online?
yeah, if you don't mind.
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll just let the other room know. Okay, just give me a
No
moment.
worries.
Thanks.
See if Barry can get his technical issues resolved there. Parting is such sweet sorrow, but I think Barry's computer's just getting a little old. Might be time for a new one. In the meantime, not a lot of action. Now, I do know we finally, where's my Market Explorer? There we go. We finally got a shorter term anchored VWAP pinch for the 15-minute. And I've been meaning to put some time into looking at these, but I've been a little slacky on that. Let's see what we got here. Okay, well, all right, there's the purple, kind of coinciding with the 200 period. But I don't see a pinch. Oh, okay, it's this one and this one. Okay. All right. Very interesting to see the price action there. Of course, we got the 10 period kind of commingled in there on the top of the anchored VWAP. But it looks like it's kind of controlling the action right now. Kind of wedged right in between the 10 and the VWAP. Okay. Don't really understand that one. Definitely a pinch. Just wide. Interesting. Pin's kind of wedging up here on the 15. Almost looks like a buyout stock, but it doesn't look like it on the daily. Once again, butting its head on the 200 period. But you know what? I might have to archive that symbol because it might be a good trader. You never know. I do know Barry has, well, I'm pretty sure Barry has a solid state hard drive, so his reboot shouldn't take too long. BBY, the old Best Buy, makes me think of BBBY, which has moved to the, I don't even know where it moved. If it's on the pinks, the blues, the grays, bulletin board, done. But there's quite a few stocks on this scanner. Beep. Is it a Barry beep? Was that a Barry beep? I see you have the screen now, Barry.
Jamie, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, and you sound normal.
Oh, God. Okay, and I've taken over your screen, right?
You got it, sir.
Okay, okay. Well, I wasn't sure about that, if I had to shut down StreamYard in its entirety, but I guess it didn't. Thanks so much, Jamie.
Hey, no
I will
problem.
load
I
through
do
the
see
rest
your
of the
little
day.
window where it says new audio device detected.
Oh, you tease. Ah, let me get rid of that. That's that. Yeah, let me get rid of that. Okay.
All righty, sir.
Thanks, Jamie.
You're good to go. We'll see you later.
Oh,
Bye,
okay,
everybody.
thanks. Bye-bye. All right, guys. So I have a couple other things I have to do to get up and running again, namely my brokerage platform. So let me get my brokerage platform running again. Though it would probably be a good idea not to trade for the rest of the day. I was actually watching EH guys while I was fiddling around trying to figure out what was going on. EH, come on. There, EH, yeah. It was holding the VWAP. That's what I was noticing. It was, what's going on? Okay, got it. I understand what's going on. If I don't have IB up and running, I'm going to get that message every time I click on an alert. So just give me a moment, guys. And I'm certainly going to be very, very selective for the balance of the day. I'm not that interested in maybe, even though this was looking like I wanted to hold the VWAP, I'm just not that interested in these ones that were really, really moving at the beginning. Now, if we get something new, that might interest me. Okay, one more thing to do is to delete one of my tasks that causes all sorts of problems. That is the ease of access experience. Okay, you're gone. And one more thing to do, and then we're good to go. What to run this G. Now, see, the problem is, when I had to do a reboot, I don't have all the original alerts, so I can't kind of go back and see where the original ones were. So, but I do know that GDRX was awesome. I mean, this was actually, I would say that this is maybe not quite as good as the H, but look how steady it is. I mean, other than that one red candle right there, this has been basically straight up. YouTube. I know what I have to do. Gotta get the chat up. How do I do that? Here we go. Okay, guys, I think I'm set now. One more thing to do. Just one more link. Okay, back to normal. Whatever that is. So, Michael, I don't know if that question was for me or for Jamie, but again, you're looking at a lot of these as fundamental plays, and I just don't look at them. KHC, HRL, Conagra, CPB. I mean, I have no idea what they look like. I'm only interested on an intraday basis, so always the wrong person to ask. I mean, I don't see anything, with Campbell Soup right now. It's doing absolutely nothing on a daily basis. I know your whole thing is about, well, people got to eat and all that, but what's the chart telling you? The chart's telling you this is a not to be looked at. I mean, it has to either take out 47 on the high or break down through 45 on the low. There's really nothing to see here. Yeah, it's not 27%. It's okay. Um, I can give you, it's 25%. Okay. That is what the discount that I can give to you. Okay. It's not 27%. I think this is what is the confusing part. Let me just, yeah. It's saving 27% if you take an annual versus a month going month to month. That's what that means. Okay. But I can give you though, I'll email you, I'll private message you, and I can give you a code that will get you, as long as you're taking out an annual subscription. Well, 20, okay, 20, if you're taking out, okay, what are you looking at? The annual you're interested in. Okay, so this is how much an annual standard costs, $9.99, and I can get you 25% off that. The premium is 2,000, less than 25%. You know what? I mean, unless you really care about using our AI, I would probably stick with the standard. You can always upgrade later if in fact you do want to take out a premium service, the premium service, which is unless you're really into back testing. If you're into back testing, then you need our premium service. But I would probably look at this, so I can get you this one for basically $750 if you're interested. You want premium? Okay, well then 2,000 less the 25%. Okay, I'm going to private message you. Okay, so just just give me one moment, okay? Give me a moment, guys. All right. So just send it an email. In fact, and ask for Shantae, okay? Okay. Yes, and yes, ask for yes, engine Emma, yes. Okay, so if you go to support, give me a moment, my typing is bad. Okay, so if you go to so there's the email address and just put like re Shantae and say, Barry gave me a code and she'll look after you, okay? And that is for you and Janama. Okay. When did you find RXRX today for the very first time? You would have seen that in the pre-market. Okay, so you just need a standard subscription, nothing fancy. Because let me just load that what I use for the pre-market. It'd still be up here. Yeah. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, IZ, and so I'm using this before the market opens. I mean, it still runs, for the course of the day, but RXRX probably was right at the very top. Okay. So if I look at RXRX, yeah, I mean, it was right at the top of the list in the pre-market because right there, that's 7 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. So, this would have been right at the top of the list. And all you need is a standard subscription. Okay. And these are two scans that I'm sharing the pre-market actives up and down. Well, the only alerts you get from premium is the AI. And I'll be honest, I mean, other than at the very, very beginning of the day, LPSN, but the AI has not had a great day today. Okay. Otherwise, I mean, you can create. So the AI had this one at 566 on an alert, and it got up to 643. I mean, awesome. And then it, came right back down. Other than that, there was no other good alert from the AI today. Oh, that's gremlins, guys. I'm trying to load something and it won't load. Am I hung up? Okay. And now a word processing document that I have is gone. All right, I'm gonna have to deal with this once I shut down. What time is it now? 1:20. I'm almost sure shutting down at 3. I've had it. By the way, I happen to take a look at XLE. I think somebody asked, are we in a bull market, a bear market? Well, look, guys, look at this. I mean, it touched it today. I mean, it's so close now to the 200-day moving average. And when I look at XLP, so XLP is so other than XLE, which is just shy right now of the 200-day moving average, every major sector is above the 200-day moving average. The main room is working now. It should be. I guess I have to ask the question. Guys, I'm sorry to keep doing this all day. In the main room, can you guys hear me? So William as an example. Okay, Pepe, thank you. Yeah, you might have to do a reset. I'm sorry, I had to do another reboot, et cetera, et cetera. So, but people are in the room, BB, and they can hear me. So you might have to just come back in. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video now. Hopefully that'll work. So I'm going to do a video now. What time is it? It is 13:22, 1:22, say 1:23. So should be back by 1:33, assuming I don't have more technical issues. Okay, great, BB. Yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully tomorrow won't have any issues like that. Okay, guys, muting myself now. Okay, guys, I'm back. Welcome to the room, Venki. It's either Venki or Venki. Do you have trade ideas? Do you have the program itself, or are you a brand new trader? What is your status? Give me a moment. I have to. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, Engine Emma, I am private messaging you again. Can you see the message? Okay, well, Engine Emma, if you can hear me, I just sent you another private message, so hopefully you'll be around. Briefing.com. Well, I just use it to find their upgrades and downgrades. Okay, TCP. That's all I do. I mean, and even something there happened. I used to get them in my email, but 10 after 9. That's not working, but I just go to the website and that's all I do. I just check for their upgrades and downgrades. So when you say, I mean, there's lots and lots of sites out there that'll talk about upgrades and downgrades. So it's not like I go over like I don't spend a lot of time in briefing.com. I mean, there's a sure there, but there's all sorts of market watch. I mean, there's all sorts of websites out there that if you're looking for, all sorts of different sort of information, fundamental data and things like the insiders. FinViz is another good one, but I only use it just to get my upgrades and downgrades. So Venki, I don't know if you heard me. Oh, they've been around for quite a while. Briefing.com, they've been around for quite a while. Okay, so I recommend trade exits. At what point do I bring my stop loss up to break even? Well, it's a difficult question to. I mean, if I get into a trade and it's working a little bit, and then it starts moving down towards where I got in other words, the break even, I'll be certainly aware of that. I'll probably take some, it depends on, how I think it's trading. A lot of this is a bit of a feel. Some might have to do with the market. All of a sudden, what if I've been in a, if you can see my SPY 15-minute chart. So what if I was in a trade that is maybe a little more market reliant, and I'm up here and at 10:30, everything looks pretty good. Then all of a sudden we get this 10:45 candle, and then we start moving down. And I'm in a trade that is kind of market reliant. Then I'll probably, almost get out, or I'll certainly take some profit and probably get out at break even. Okay. Now, if it's not a market reliant a trade, I'm still watching it. I want to see, I'm always hoping to get to at least 1 for 2 risk reward before I have to take anything off. But it just may not happen. Let's just say again, I get into a trade, I've got a 10-cent stop, 30 cents away is the next high that I see. So it has a chance for like a 1 for 3, risking 10 cents to make 30. So it starts moving, 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 and it gets up to that 20-cent amount of 1 for 2. Then all of a sudden it stalls, and then it starts moving down. I will probably take some off right there. Okay. I don't want to, and then of course, if it gets back to break even, I'm out. But I can do that because I'm only usually in one, at most 2 trades at the same time. So I can really pay attention. Okay. Especially some of the things that, look, these are very volatile stocks that I'm looking at here. They're either very low float or they're just very volatile. So you can't wander away. I always say it like this: you cannot wander away from your computer if you're in even these options plays. I mean, if you're in one of these, I mean, you just can't wander away because you've got to be paying attention to what's happening. But I can do that again because I'm usually in only one trade at a time, max 2. Now, sometimes I've been in 3, but, one of them will be maybe a pseudo swing trade, so I don't have to, pay as much attention. Yeah, meanwhile, yeah, Carvana, it's pretty unbelievable. Now, let's put it in some kind of perspective, though. I mean, it has been an amazing move from $7 to 42. Unbelievable. 6 times, almost 6 times. But remember where it did come from, what, $300, in the froth of the pandemic? Yeah, it was 382. So, I mean, it's, remember, but this has definitely been a great move from $7. Great move. Never would have predicted that. And in theory, well, look where it got to. It got up to what, 42.49, and it got up to, oh, isn't it amazing? 42.49 is the high probably today. Yeah, 42.49. And what's the high in this week? 42.49. So that's exactly where it stopped. If it can get through that 42.49, what the heck? I'm going to put an alert, hit 42.58, because then you start looking left, and then the next high is 57. Not saying it's going to get there if it gets through 40, that 40, 42.49, but boy, oh boy, it's still got room. Yeah, and it's that high short float. I am surprised. I mean, this gets adjusted uh once, twice a month, adjusted. I mean, it gets updated twice a month. What's the date today? The 12th. It'd be interesting to see what this is at on the 15th. to see if all these people are just gagging who were short. Now, they may have been short from $300. So yeah, they're experiencing some pain, but will there be a lot more short covering? So let's see if we can remember that in 3 days from now. In when is the 15th? Yeah, it might not work. The 15th is a Saturday, so it might be the 17th. I think they do it the 15th and 30th, but if it's falls on a weekend, I think they do it like on the Monday. Meanwhile, the market is doing its thing again, up, down, and now moving up again. That's what I understand. Yeah, the short float and the float is updated. It's not just by us. This is industry wide, updated twice a month. Rather controversial because you know it's all computer driven, or at least it should be. So I mean, the data should be there, but yeah, this is that's industry wide. It's not something that we have any control over. Good. Okay. All right, guys. Well, let's see if there's anything interesting coming from this biggest change in 5 minutes. Look at CJet, ShyJet. This was the IPO a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, really. Ah, did this start trading SXTP? Did it just start trading SXTP, guys? I think it did. So what I have here, 1.4 million between 4 and 6. That was the estimated open, 4 to 6. So it's below that. Very low float, 1.4 million. So that just started trading. Now, remember what happened to PVM? Is this a no, this is not a China stock, though. This is not a China stock. I wish it were. Oh my gosh, there's CVNA right up. Yes, I'm scalping this, guys. I mean, I just took it. I decided just to take it. When I say scalping, I don't know where I got some at 42.80-ish. Popped right through that price alert I had. Something I don't often do. This is just a hunch. Okay, and oh wow, I was just going to cover some. I did I cover. I'm not short. Took some off in the 43.40s, and that is the Carvana. You see, I put my price alert right there, and it just popped right through it. And remember what I said, I had all this room over here. So yes, I felt like I was kind of chasing it, but I figured it was worth the risk. And it did it on volume too. I mean, look at the volume that came in. I mean, the volume has been relentless, really. Had a little lull here, but the volume has been relentless. Ooh, I was in the middle of something. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Again, I am doing a bunch of other things on the side, keeping an eye on this, taking some off at around 43.40 from 42.80, from 42.80, yeah, 40, yeah, 42.80. And I don't often do something like this, but I said, I got fear of moving out, the fear of missing out. I was in the middle of doing something else with you guys, but I can't remember what it was. All of a sudden, again, I can't emphasize enough. Use price alerts, guys. Use price alerts. Okay. And again, why did I put a price alert there? Well, you can see on this 15-minute chart, the last two and sort of the previous, right at the highs here. So, and it was right there that 42, that 42.49 is what just kind of held it back. That's right. I put it in at 42.58. There was my price alert at 40. I think it'll still read it. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I was looking at that, the IPO that just showed up, SXTP. Okay, so this is so far, this is not no enthusiasm. However, I wish this were China. I really do. Is there any China connection with this at all? The reason I say that is that remember PVM. Now, again, just because something like this happened in the past doesn't mean it's going to happen in the future with SXTP. But remember PVM, if I can get it to change. Is it PM? What is it, guys? Is it PM or is it PMV? You guys know the one I'm talking about. The is my sound choppy? Hmm. Is it for everybody or just you? Hopefully just you, Tank. PWM, that's it. Sorry. PWM. Oh, I don't know what's going on. I just don't know what's going on, guys. So the sound is fine in YouTube. I just want this day to end. 1:50. I have another little over an hour. Maybe do a reboot, guys. Anyway, I just wanted to draw your attention to PWM, okay? So I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with SXTP, but this was PWM. This is what, 4 days ago when its IPO happened, and it was met with a muted thud. Okay, really. I mean, because the IPO was at $5, it basically closed there. I think it had 1.5 million shares also, something like that. But look what happened the next day, the next day, and the next day. So, and no screen now, too. No screen. Oh, man. Yeah, it was PWM. So, well, everybody go to YouTube. Okay, definitely do a refresh. Okay, try to do a refresh. PWM is what I'm displaying right now. But let me just sometimes, okay, sometimes if I do this, reset the audio bridge, see if that helps. Oh, man. Okay. All right. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I know on YouTube you can. Can you hear me now? And how do I sound? The mic is on. Okay. You can hear me, but no kick. Okay. So that's the next issue, of course. This, I think, is something to do with the actual program. Yeah, I might have to do that to check because this is different. I mean, I'm not able to share my screen. Probably in YouTube you can see my screen, right? But not in the main room. Now he tells me that I no, he hasn't told me, but sometimes I have to do what's called a hard reboot. So YouTube is fine. Okay. But what's going to happen for everybody in the room, and I do apologize, but I think you're all going to get booted out, not in YouTube, but you're going to get booted out. So I'm going to have to do what's called a hard reset force reload. So, so guys in the main room, you're not going to hear me. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, just give me a moment because something popped up on the screen that I was almost going to. Oh, no, this is. Okay, YouTube, you can hear me. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to get out of the other room. Is it? Thank gosh, there's not a lot of time left. Okay, so the other room is completely shut down now. I believe I had to do what's called a hard reboot. So let me see if I can get back in. Yeah, I have a feeling something going on with. So you guys can hear me in YouTube. I have a feeling it's something going on with the actual room itself, not anything I can do on my end. I'm going to have to contact Sebastian. He's the guy who controls the room. Okay, guys. Well, let's see now. Maybe I'm good to go again. Only 21 people in the room now. So the magic question again in the main room. Can you hear me and see my screen now? Okay, you can't see me. Can you see the screen? Okay, Todd. Can you see the screen? I know you can't see me, but can you see the screen? That's what I meant to say. No, you can't see the screen. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. It says the screen sharing is working. Okay. You know what, guys? I think I'm just gonna wrap it up. If you know what, I'll keep going in YouTube, but I'm getting a little frustrated here. So, good, 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 good. Okay, guys. Okay, so YouTubers, I'll keep going on YouTube. Yeah, the room is down. The developer of the room has just contacted me and said there is a server down. So, guys in YouTube, you have any questions? Ask away. I'm not really going to trade for the balance of the day. Out of the CVNA, of course. Luckily, I was able to keep my eye on it. Hey guys, so just have to wait. I don't know if the data center issue that the other room, the main room, is having. Nothing to do with trade ideas. In this case, there's nothing to do with trade ideas, nor my computer. So he didn't say, Pepe, if you're listening in YouTube, he didn't. Well, I indicated exactly. Oh, I hope that's not in the morning, the same thing. It's happened before, but usually it's fixed fairly quickly. Luckily, this is towards the end of the day. All right, well, what's happening? So what I was trying to say a lot earlier is I will be watching the SX, what is it again? The SXTP. So what I'm going to do on this one is stick an alert. Wow, okay, it's getting towards the high, but I'm going to stick an alert up here, 431, and bring back my, those of you in YouTube, you can see it, for my price alerts. So 1.4 million between 4 and 6. So right now that's what it is. It's between 4 and 6. And so there's no huge enthusiasm for it right now. Again, that's all I'm looking at. Well, there it is. So the SXTP just took out the high. I think if it gets over 6 today, it may have a bit of a run, but I'd be watching it tomorrow for sure. So actually, there it was, the IPO at 530 a unit. So it's still underneath. Okay, there it is, 530 a unit. For those of you watching in YouTube. Well, who knows? Maybe I'm back. Maybe I'm back. It allowed me to do the screen sharing, but I have no idea if it really happened. And it allowed me to click on my microphone icon, and it allowed me to do all that. But that's what was happening before. And you guys said you couldn't see my screen, nor you could hear me. So it looks like you guys can hear and see. Okay. So what I was talking about, if you weren't in YouTube, this SXTP, guys. So it was priced at 530, so it's underneath the fine. It's underneath the IPO price. Okay, so that's not good, right? But who knows what happens tomorrow? Who knows what happens tomorrow? So in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick a price alert at 530 and see if it takes that out tomorrow and maybe has a run. Okay, guys. So there's the SXTP. This I mean, it'll be risky, but this could be our number one focus tomorrow, guys. The SXTP, if it gets over 530. Number one focus in terms of something that might do a crazy move. I just wish it were China. It's not China though. The other one is a China stock, and that's one reason why these crazy moves can happen. But the structure is great. I mean, there's only 1.5 million, and $5, 530 IPO priced. So we'll watch this one tomorrow for sure. Put the old heart on it and see what happens. Yeah, we should be back, William. We should be back. You can hear me, see my screen for the 51 minutes, 50 minutes counting that I have left. Boy, look at this GDRX. Without doing a history, where was GDRX? Was it 606? Was that those of you with the option plays that don't repeat? Was that the original alert for GDRX around 606? I don't have it, of course, because I had to do a reboot, so I'm not seeing the first time it was alerted. Because that has just been a wonderful one. Okay, guys, let's see. Hate to ask, Hank, but where's your average short now for Carvana? I haven't looked at AMC or GME for a long time. Let's take a look at AMC. Is it doing anything at all? Nope, nothing. And how about GME? Is it over 25? No, in fact, it's dropping. Interesting. And the other one that everybody was saying, "Oh, you got to buy this, and it's going to eventually something's good going to happen with Bed Bath and Beyond." Ugh. Any questions, guys? Any questions? As I just sort of wait for 3 o'clock to happen. Oh, I did. Are you kidding me? I think we have here that Bed Bath and Beyond actually has earnings. I mean, it's still indicated and earnings on July 13th post market after hours tomorrow. I'm not sure they can hear me in the main room. Oh, you can. Okay. Not to get too into it. You see, this is my little mic and this is the screen sharing, okay? They were both live. They were both like clicked, but you guys couldn't see the screen. And even though the mic says it's on, you couldn't hear me. So that's why I'm just, I don't have any faith in the fact that the icons look like they're alive. I don't have any faith that that's actually true. So Well, that EH definitely just hanging around that VWAP. Actually, that's not true. It's way above the VWAP. Okay, this one just halted. NFTG just halted. Whoa, the gaming company. That's right. Now, we haven't seen anything with the NFTs in a long time. That nonsensical, uh, that nonsensical nonsense that was happening a while back. But anyway, here's NFTG halted, low float, potential open 118, 118, halted at 112. And here we go. Here is your reason. Here's your reason. Google Play changes policy on tokenized digital assets, allowing NFTs in apps and games. So there's your news, guys. And you can see right at 214, and that's exactly what happened. So what are the other ones? I can't even remember them anymore. Some of the other big NFT players, I can't even remember them anymore. Yeah, TCAT, that was one. TCAT. Let's see if TCAT is. I think that was kind of the one that started it. Let's see if TCAT is doing the same thing. Oh, look at this. I mean, this was a it's under $1. That's why I'm not seeing it here. And there were some other ones. There were about three or four. One starts with the letter D. D. Well, let's see where this goes. That's the one. That's the one. Dolphin. Yes. DLPN. Thank you, Pepe. As always, DLPN. That was the DLPN. Let's see if it is popping. Yeah, I mean it popped, dropped, but the other one halted on the way up. Those are the two that I really remember, the DLPN and the TCAT. I know there's some other ones, but those are the two that I remember. Anyway, let's see where this opens in FTG. I expect this to be just really quick, up and then down. That's what I let's take a look left on the weekly chart. Where could it go before it stalls? Next high looking left looks like about $1.18. And after that on the weekly chart anyway, $1.50. Now, there, Shady is an acronym that I haven't really seen before, but I think I pieced it together. I think I pieced it together. If it starts with get me. Wow, look at this. So there it is. 120. Well, you asked me if just before it opened, it was 118, 118. So now, so it is popping, but be careful, guys. I mean, I just don't see this lasting. I'll keep this up. But what do I know? I mean, look at this. So, well, the 150 was the level. That was the next level right here. This is back on April, back in April. 145 was the high. What did it get to? 144. So let's see if almost right to the penny, it's going to stall there. I mean, it's already obviously stalled, but will it take that out afterwards? Yeah, that looks like it's done, guys. You know, that little within a penny of that high way over here. I think my best exit of the day, though. Remember, I was talking about the EH. Got to 1986, and I just said I really doubt it's going to get through 20 after that move. And now, who knows? Tomorrow, maybe it takes out 20, but right now it's stalled. 1986 was the high. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. It's just a number, but it's psychological. Okay, guys, I think this is done. Well, let's take a look at Carvana and let's take a look at it regarding the VWAP. 4002 is the VWAP. And what did it get to? Got down to 4018. So maybe that VWAP, I hate to say it, Tank, maybe the VWAP is going to hold it for a while anyway today. I mean, it almost got right into the VWAP. 4002 is the VWAP. I got down to 4023. Now, conversely, if it takes out the VWAP, oh, guys, you know what? I got E-locks. I got E-locks thumbnailed, and I just noticed it popped above. I mean, risky, obviously. They're all risky, but this one certainly risky. E-locks just popped above 10, barely. Okay. Now the trend has been up. It held the VWAP 939 and insanely choppy all day long, really. Topping tails, bottoming tails. And remember what it did after hours. That was a 415, 415, 15-minute candle. Went from $8 all the way up to 12, pulled back. Still, up quite a bit in the pre-market, but very, very choppy. I mean, look at the again, topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, if you squint, of course, the trend is up, but not easy. Microsoft calls, Microsoft calls. Yeah, well, I mean, here's another example. Microsoft calls. So yeah, tons of contracts, of course, 413. That's actually 1.6 times normal. So that probably would have been in here, if I had a different price range, of course, because that would have met the but the relative volume was still low, so it would not have. Ugly. NFTG guy. So it just resumed, I guess. Got halted on the way down. Now just resuming. Or give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. But that ELOX is looking interesting. ELOX. It is definitely looking interesting. If you can handle the volatility, it's a matter of where you're going to put your stop. I mean, the low of that candle there is 987. A bit of a spread issue, 1007, 10, well, 1015, 1007.23 right now. Won't matter if it pops $2. It is above yesterday's high. So there's that. The next high looking left on the weekly is 1088. That's close. But of course it got way above that not way above that in the pre-market, but post-market it did. It got up to 1230 or so post-market yesterday. So again, if you're can handle the volatility in something like this, it might be starting to challenge some of those highs. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This is the one that Oppenheimer put the 50 to 55 price target on it yesterday. The 50 to $55 price target on it yesterday. Well, no, it's not 50 to 55. They had it at 50 before and they've raised it to 55. I don't mean a range of 50 to 55. They've actually upped their price target from 50 to 55. And remember, this was a $4 stock yesterday. Okay, guys, one last look at my homepage, etc. Okay. All right. So if you want to take out a subscription, now I can give I can give people a 25% discount if they are going to take out an annual. Okay. I'm not trying to force anybody to do that. But if you want to go monthly, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only. Okay. And you must do the get started. 10 videos, 10 short videos, starting off with your download and then your first login, etc. Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading or, reasonably new to trading, I think this is a really nice course for you to take. It is free. Stock of the day video that I did, which was EH today. It is free, of course. Trade of the week. How is the trade of the week doing? What what is the trade of the week again? That's right, Groupon. Thank you very much. Groupon. I know it was doing quite well yesterday. How is it doing today? Interesting day yesterday. I'm sorry, that's Friday. That was Monday, of course. So got up to 711. Wonder if it got stopped out. Got down to 748 yesterday. So anyway, there's the trade of the week. It is free. You can now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And my scans, here are my scans. So I love my option plays right now, and I love the 10-day daily breakout and down. That's about it, guys. That's what these are my, well, it looks like four windows, but really, it's really just two. Well, I shouldn't say that. Up and down here, and then this window right here. So three windows to concentrate on. That's it for me, really. I have other things going on, but honestly, this is all I'm really looking at all day long. Yes, Groupon, John M. was the trade of the week. So as always, guys, this is a free room. Let's keep it that way. If you use my code to take out a subscription, that helps the cause, okay? Keeps the room free. Obviously, the company uses this. I mean, because it's a free room, you don't have to be a subscriber or anything. Obviously, people come into the room, and if they're here for a few months and they like what they see, maybe they take out a subscription. But the room is free because, obviously I have to market the product, two or three times a day. And again, if you use my link, and the company knows that the room is working, okay? So they'll keep it free. So if you save my homepage, of course, then you can take out a subscription anytime you want. You can take a look at my scans anytime you want, and of course, you can look at the education section anytime you want. All right, guys. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Biggest disappointment for me, I think, was Daktronics, DAKT. I really thought it might have a run earnings play. It showed up on our AI. That's not the reason, I mean, I think it showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Oops. But because it was an earnings play, I felt it would be probably pretty active. Well, I mean, I guess it's still active, but not really. I mean, look how the volume has just dwindled. Okay, it's just completely and utterly dwindled. So we needed this volume to just keep going. It didn't have to be like the biggest volume bar of the day, the 931, but but it's really just completely dwindled. And I really thought once it took out 823, I thought it could have a run because it's got room, but didn't happen. That is why I put a price alert. Isn't that amazing? The SPY is up 3% from when the Fed started hiking rates. See you tomorrow, M. Salse. If I pronounce that right. Hopefully, everybody, we'll have no glitches tomorrow. Rory, you were talking about Beyond Meat, BYND. Yeah, look at this. Look at this little pop here. Surprised it's not showing up here. I'm so very surprised it's not showing up here. It seems to be meeting all the filter requirements. News from a couple of days ago, wasn't it? Regarding Beyond Meat. Didn't they say I think I listed all the companies, all the outlets that they were going to be adding. So it is just a rehash. Yeah, the company on Tuesday, today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday announced its Beyond Steak product is expanding. Yeah, I don't know about that. The burgers I could kind of handle once, which I did. I don't know about a steak. Well, it's had a nice, what's that, about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. It's had a nice run from 12 to almost 17. No, I'll be shutting down at 3. I've been shutting down at 3 weeks, unless there are questions. I will stay for questions. I mean, if there's some questions, I certainly will stay. Peloton doing the same thing, PTON. Pepe, I can't get that image out of my head now. I think that's going to take a bike ride to, yeah, maybe get rid of it. Looking outside, nice looking day again. Well, LPSN looked pretty promising at the beginning as a long. I mean, it did pretty well, but you had to be quick. 566 from the AI got up to 640. So it's a great percentage move, but after that, it just absolutely dropped. Yeah, but I'm not going on a mega marathon. I'm just going for 30 minutes. I'll miss you. Okay, guys. So 11 minutes to 3 o'clock. So, any last, oops, I guess I'm not on mute anymore. So if you have any questions, good time. Right now, we are looking to convert to you guys about 70 degrees. Beautiful. And no humidity. Telling you. You can handle a bit of rain, you can handle about 11 months of rain. Vancouver is awesome to live in. It's not 11 months, but most of the rain is misty anyway. Then when we do get our from about November to April, it's kind of misty, keeps everything green. MVST, oh man, let's take a look at MVST. The link to my option scanner, I was afraid of that. I was afraid of that. I think I accidentally deleted it. You're talking about the don't repeat, G dot? Yeah, I was going through last night and I was deleting some things, and let's just see if that's the one. The other option scanner should be the option. This option play should be fine. But let's take a look. Close my eyes. Son of a gun. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to get him to add it back. Well, you know what though? Now I can at least get them the same. Thanks for pointing that out. Okay, so got to make sure these are the same now. Configure all, edit the selected. So we're going from 1 to 40, 500,000, 3 relative volume, 500 contracts, 25 count. Okay. And then this is configure all, 1 to 40, 500. Okay, so this is the same. Oh, just a minute. I have to rename this though. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just want to see what it actually said. Yeah, no, repeat. Okay. Okay, so it should be there tomorrow. Sorry about that. How do I get stocks going up from the 200-day moving average with volume? I did a chart and I'm not getting any results. Okay, so when you say up, you mean crossing the 200-day or just above it, Edgardo? Is the question in our YouTube room? Okay, so okay, Christine, I'll answer your question. Also, update more frequently, but I'll answer your question. Okay, so we do have a cross, but you may be disappointed. The reason being is that it does require some volume confirmation, as I'm told. So here is the 200. So here's the 200-day. So crossed above the 200-day moving average. Now, did you try this? And then if you want it on volume, then it's just a matter of adding one of these volume, say 1 minute volume burst filters. But did you try this? Did you use this alert to cross above the 200-day moving average? Did you actually use it? Okay, so you can, okay, so that's the first thing. Okay, so you can try this now. Some of it requires some volume confirmation. So you might look at it and go, well, wait a minute, there's my 200-day moving average right on the chart, and it's not triggering quite yet. So but I don't think I'm not sure it's that big a deal, but you can let me, but that'll be up to you. So if you're using this alert, then your filter, if you want to see on in like volume, like a volume, now when you say on volume, are you talking about just in general or right now crossing through? Because obviously you could use relative volume, high relative volume, or you could use like what I do, what I do in these ones in the the momentum up and down, where the volume of the last minute is 1,000% of normal and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So that's giving it the like the thrust that you normally see. So but is that necessary that it has to be on like that like super abnormal volume on the actual cross itself? Or are you just talking it's having an abnormal volume day overall? There is a difference, obviously. These are questions that, I can't answer for you. But I mean, if you want to see the cross on abnormal volume, then you could use something like this filter right there. But if you just want to see abnormal volume, then you use the relative volume filter and put some kind of, maybe, I don't know, three, four, 500,000 minimum volume for the day in conjunction with the relative volume filter. You might want to try three. Because remember all these filters that you see here, they're and, so everything has to be satisfied. So, you know, stock between 1 and 50 and the current volumes is 6 and 300,000 shares, etc. They all have to be satisfied. And then if the stock makes a new high for the day, we get the real-time alert. Well, that's difficult. That's the only thing I can say, Edgardo, is that you can now the alert you can use, like the cross of the 200-day moving average. After that, you can experiment. Because when you say not so high the volume, but at least to show that people are participating, it's pretty difficult to, as Michael Noss would say, I need something a little more mathematical. Okay. That'll be up to you. I don't, what's your definition, not so high? And you see what I mean? But start off, you didn't know that we had the crossing. So start off with that and then experiment, with a minimum volume for the day, maybe a minimum relative volume, and just experiment. And when you get an alert, see what you think. So, Christine, I don't know what you mean. Is there a way to make the price alerts window update more frequently? The price alerts window. So you're talking about this. This is my price alerts window. What do you mean by updating more frequently? Are you talking about, okay, so I have an alert here for 431 for SXTP. If it broke it, I get an alert. And if it came back down, and then if it broke it again, is that what you mean? Oh, the current price card. Um, no, I mean, there's nothing more you can do. I really haven't noticed. All I know is when this happens, I get a real-time alert. So I really don't follow too much, but let's take a look at SXTP as an example. Yeah, so you're saying, I mean, this is 395 and well, there it is. Okay, 395. So yeah, this is almost like our top lists. Okay. Yeah. It's sort of like our top list. But let's face it, the key thing is the real-time alert on the price on when I mean that is the main. So there I see, 392, 392. I'm just going to watch a little bit. But you're right, there could be a little bit of lag, but that's the key thing. I mean, the key thing is to get alerted when it happens. I have to admit, I don't really pay that much attention to this other than at the end of the day or on the weekend, I take a look at my alert price, especially if it hasn't triggered, and I say, "Do I really care anymore?" So, for instance, here's my alert price for JYD at 10:02. It's 3:03 right now. Do I really care? No. So I would get rid of that one as an example. Top. I don't know. I've got an alert. Is that possible? I had an alert price for 261. It's at $7. Do I care anymore? No. That's how I kind of use this. I've got usually what happens, I do this on the weekend. So there's nothing you can do, Christine. Okay. There's no magic saying yes, increase, like make this completely and utterly real time. No. I'm just using, well, let's use Carvana. Carvana's been chopping around a bit. Let's see what it says. So 4108, 4107, 4118. When is it going to change? 40, well, it's right back. But the bottom line is, Christine, there's nothing you can do. All right, Ori made $344,000 today. Fantastic, Ori. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's volume. I know, I read. NSPR guys at the end of the day having a little run. NSPR, Inspire MD Inc. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions. I don't see any other questions. So I think I will wrap this frustrating day up. Not frustrating. I mean, I just had a great day trading with that one EH. Okay, I don't see any other questions. So today is Wednesday to tomorrow is Thursday. Okay, guys, thanks for all the help as always. See if I can close the room down correctly today. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great evening. And YouTubers, I will do the same with you.